Well, yeah, it's been a while since that happened. Nothing like a random power outage. Just enough to kind of trigger the senses, you know? It's a good stopping point. We finish our lessons, basically. Okay. So let's get into our review. Well, we did a few of the reviews, like 8. Wasn't too bad. And let's continue after that momentary power outage. And I still have no idea what this is. Something makes me want to think it's I thought it was like pet name. I don't think it's a Jimmy Neutron thing. Could be. Hmm. I don't see it. I really don't. Hmm. Yarn and mouth. I have no idea. I'll come back. And what the heck is uh it's like other luck. Other uh oh, pronunciation.
吉他，
他的吉他技术很好。
I have no idea. Oh, heckin' guitar. That's just a rote memory thing. We're not gonna. It's gonna come and go for rote memory or transliterations. Um. Ah, man. I don't know. Oh no.
铁轨，
工人在维修铁轨。
I don't know. Hmm. Ooh, wait a minute. No, right? Uh, let's come back to it.
横，面，沿着，
我们沿着河流划船。
I was working on yen before the heckin' power cut out. Um, yen. I can kind of still see it to some extent.
和
What can I do with the yarn and the melt? Oh, wait. No, that's finger. I'm getting a pass on this. Y'all. Oh, this is the biting thing. Yep, that sucks. Let's write something different. So Yoshi went to the cellar of the barn. How much Inktober do I plan to do? All of it. What do you mean, how much Inktober do I plan to do? Inktober is a month. All of it. Every single year. That's kind of an interesting question. Let's see. Yoshi in the cellar of the barn, right? He is ordered to take care. Some people just do a bit. Yeah. I understand some people do a bit. That explains why there's some people. It tells me a lot though about the question. Whether you pay attention to people who just do a bit or do all of it. Because when you ask that question, some people do just a bit, but some people finish it too. So the question was interesting, right? Because some people finish it as well, or do more than it, right? Yoshi, cellar, barn, and order. Yeah, I have a lot planned. I don't know. You don't really follow Inktober or artists involved very much? That's fine. I don't see how that's relevant to whether some people do a bit or not. But some people do it. If you make the argument, in my opinion, right? If you're now excusing yourself for saying some people do a bit, then you're just as likely to find people who do all of it or do more than it than a bit as well, since you don't follow it, right? Unless you're telling me you asked me how much Inktober do I plan to do as a reason for not following Inktober. I don't follow Inktober either, actually. I did see one artist who did it. This artist is minimalistic. I'm gonna say this person does minimalistic animations. I don't remember what the person's name is. It was 3 years ago. 3 years ago, the reason that person's channel came up was because the title of all of his Inktober prompts, or his or her Inktober prompts, are the prompt's name. So all they wrote was like the prompt. So like today's prompt is mustache. So the title was just mustache, and they did an animation for every single day. Really neat stuff. The person does animation specifically in a minimalistic style. So interesting. Almost all of the animations seemed like they were single lines. single continuous lines. Let's see. Yoshi seller barn order. Ordered to, take care of his friends in the barn. His friends. But some of his buddies have a tendency to bite. So you were just wondering based on not being around during previous years, not saying that there's necessarily something wrong with doing part or all in animation per day though. Quite impressive. Sure. I mean, I imagined you weren't around. I don't think it has to be said that you weren't around in previous years. I was telling you what happened in previous years. So that wasn't assuming you knew it. But you did make it somewhat of an assumption by asking the question the way you asked it. And I don't think I said anything about it being wrong, but it's interesting that you thought there was something wrong with doing part or all of it. Well, back to the original question, obviously. I do all of it. And I try to do it before the... I try to do it without going into November. Most of the time it's not done on the exact consecutive days because of different scheduling. Last year we suspended Duolingo, I think. I'm pretty sure we suspended Duolingo for the entire month because I remember making the thumbnail holder for the live streams to only show the art stuff. So that means for the whole month of... I sent it to the background. So basically I just did my daily lesson or something like that. Just like the way you said you aren't, some people made me think you consider not doing it all to be a bad thing. No. But if I gave you that impression, you certainly look at it as a bad thing. I don't think it's a bad thing. I think of it as a different thing. You asked me how much of Inktober do I plan to do? And I said all of it, right? And I said, well, that's interesting that you didn't ask if I plan on doing it all, right? And then your argument is some people just do a bit of it. And I was like, I agree. So do some people who do all of it. That is to share that there are more than one possibility. There was nothing bad about doing parts of it. In fact, the beginning story of Inktober was that someone, a personal acquaintance of mine back in the day, 4 years ago, was doing Inktober. It was like day 1 or day 2 of Inktober. And this person draws. Or they claim that they draw. Which they do. They made stuff. So I was like, oh, that's a really interesting thing to do. So I joined the person. And that person ended up doing like 6 or 7 days and then stopped. And I don't think they subsequently did any Inktober after that. That was 4 years ago. So whether that's bad or a good thing, it's very, in my opinion, it's a little telling that you thought I meant it as a bad thing. But more so, I was thinking the way you asked the question was interesting. Because you ruled out other possibilities by asking a very specific possibility. And then now you're suggesting that I'm saying it because it's a bad thing. I don't think people even do Inktober. Like the Inktober prompts. They do other prompts. Like they set up their own thing. There was a bit of a controversy about Inktober like the original person who did Inktober. So most people don't do, like, a lot of people do their own thing during the month. Last year, the Inktober prompts, at least 2 or 3 people stopped by and told me that the Inktober prompts are very boring. Like, they all seem to be the same. It all dealt with like backpacking and traveling, so all of them revolted and boycotted the thing and said, well, you know, it was boring. I don't like doing the same thing over and over again. And my counterexample was, wouldn't it be interesting and creative to challenge yourself to draw different things, even though the things are related together, right? It was like excursion, expedition, compass, backpack, trekking, climbing. So all of them like dealt with the same themes, and I found it very interesting that last year was a little different from the years before, where everything was centered around a theme. So the challenge was to make the theme different, even though all the things are the same. So tons of people last year didn't do the prompts either, at least that I was aware of, because the prompts were boring, right? Because usually, in my opinion, people look for the negative consequences and negative things, as opposed to seeing it as a challenge for being a positive thing. Since we don't know each other very well, I still find it pretty intriguing that I give off the impression that I would think trying to do something is a bad thing. Maybe I should work on that. Because if there's anything that I like to encourage, it's like doing nothing is probably less impressive than doing something. Doing all of it is the theme of Inktober, right? Is the theme of Inktober. So whether that's a bad thing or a good thing to meet the normal expectation is something interesting to me, because people ask questions based on their perspective, their relative perspective. So if you think just doing parts of it is a bad thing, that's something to keep in mind. Yeah. Like, I don't complete things, if that's what you mean. Like, people don't have to complete things to make it a good thing. It's about the journey, not the destination. If I didn't give off that impression before. Yeah, so the guy did like these really wonderful animations. I don't know the person's name anymore though. I'm not sure if they're still making animations from 3 years ago. You think there was a misinterpretation? There were no issues with how you said it? Some games with a lot of fan artists make their own list for Inktober. I think the idea is cute. Yeah, the idea is incredibly adorable. It's to motivate people to... Oh, well, I'm attached to a specific idea that most people are not attached to, that from my experience, but it still encourages people to share and celebrate the act of artwork. And if there's anything very endearing about, charming about the idea, is at the face of AI art, something like this is still very much a wonderful celebration of what people can do. I'm actually kind of curious if anyone integrates AI art in a celebratory manner. Again, I want to emphasize, while there may have been a misinterpretation, my intents are often talking about how people only see certain things, and I try to make comment about other possibilities. So much like the whole Inktober thing, most people, like a lot of people, make their own lists for Inktober. And the idea is that it's a period to celebrate artwork. I actually like Inktober for the opposite reason of those people who make their own lists. It's the idea that I don't make my own lists is the creative challenge of it. So the whole intent is to actually draw things that I don't typically draw. And I thought, in my opinion, that was the original intent of Inktober. Is like some of the original intents, which is to encourage someone to draw something, but it's left up to someone outside of their control in order to encourage them, to challenge them to be creatively constructive about the prompts. And in that way, it helps people who aren't creative, who think they're not creative, to take on tasks, right? And that's what I liked about Inktober, at least my interpretation of what Inktober is, which I'm going to go over this in an hour or two. I haven't ever done an introduction because 4 years ago I haven't done introductions to projects, so I just kept to that. But this year I'm going to write out what my Inktober is, I guess. And Inktober is only kept as a namesake. One of the major principles of Inktober is to draw something that you have you did not decide the prompt, right? Because as much as I enjoy staying in the comfort zone of my own ideas, the internet, it allows me to grow most extraordinarily by being prescribed things or being challenged to make things work. Kind of like language learning. Language learning is one of the biggest this year. And this year I have a theme with language learning. So the challenge for myself, my personal challenge, which I'll share in a bit, like in 2 hours, is how do I make it connected to everything that has happened this year, right? Everything that I've been working on this year. So sure enough, most of the prompts is going to integrate the idea of WaniKani and HanziHero, right? You feel many artists are too comfort zone focused usually, so they struggle to want to draw art that maybe isn't as good as the others. Yeah, I think that's one of the comfort zones, right? So, I don't know how often. I'm not sure about the statistics about online in terms of like artwork. However, I would say it's much more statistically likely that on the internet, because of the way the internet works and promotes things, generally I would say the majority of people are conditioned to have limited skills, and those limited skills are very extraordinary. Because of that extraordinary nature, it creates a standard in which you do not leave your comfort zone, because anytime use out of your comfort zone could be used to specialize. So I would say majority, but not by a large margin. I would say 60-40, maybe 70-30. And myself, I belong to the minority, which is people who still stick by their guns for variety and seldomly use their specialized skills. I would say they often have specialized skills that are involved in non-comfort zone use. So one would be, say, the ability to, like, a skill set to provide advice. Typically, advisors, individuals who focus on advice, can have many different topics, and those topics are just outside of their comfort zone, typically. or like anyone who's in a problem solving profession. Creative professions tend to be strongly comfort zone focused because you have the liberty and the luxury to be quote unquote good enough to make it matter. You can create the demand for the creative things. But if you're in a service capacity, if you have a service profession like communication skills or mental health stuff, teaching, those typically have generalized skills. So their skill set is generalizable to the content. So in this case, I on the internet, which I don't think nowadays off the internet, right? Offline, I still think creative jobs are in the minority versus service jobs. Basically those services have standards, and those standards are required through many of those jobs. So then the context of the job is not the focus, it's the service that is provided, right? For example, a service job requires you to work 9 to 5, for example, or a service job requires you to do things you don't want to do. Creative jobs tend to be the opposite, or they are desired to be the opposite. Like, for example, finance. Finance is a service job. Unless you want to be creative with your finances, I don't know how that works. Typically, if you look online for an influencer who tells you that you can make millions of dollars in 3 months, that's probably a creative person doing a finance job, or like pretending, or like maybe they were successful in some way, in a creative way, but it only applies to them. They're part of the outlier. Yeah, so I do feel I agree with you when it comes to artists, because artists, the vast majority of artists are creative jobs. That's not to say there aren't artist professions that aren't in the service position. A great example of an artist in the service position is a corporate advertisement. Corporate advertisement would be a great example where they're always outside their comfort zone most of the time because they're trending. You have to make ads that trend with social products and social appearances. So, and they don't get to choose a lot of times how to go about. The creative process part of that service is to solve the problem. So they're solving problems that they don't otherwise choose to do. The artists that I feel most people focus on is the ones that present themselves online, right? So those individuals can choose to be focused on their comfort zone to the point where they're so good you can try to compete with the 99th percentile and then create a demand for it. Then you start a trend, right? And I think that's where, in my opinion, why people ask, it goes back to the first question that we were talking about. How much of Inktober do you plan to do? This is the philosophy of Inktober. To me, what Inktober means to me. It means do things you don't otherwise plan to do, but you know how to do because you're creative enough to do it or make it work. And not only would you end up thinking that you're not going to do it because it's a waste of time, or you're not interested because it's boring, at the end of the day, when you do Inktober, you learn to love the things you made because there were challenges and hurdles you accomplished you overcome creatively by a commitment you made that someone else given you. That's one of the rewards of doing like 30-day challenges and 6-month challenges, year challenges. And And then when you have a career, that's a challenge for a lifetime. And a lot of times the challenges that destroy, in my opinion, or derails a creative profession is when they have to encounter all the things they have to do in a service profession. So an artist fails to satisfy their audience. That's the service position. They were willing to embrace their creative process 100% of the time at the expense of the service. Usually, long-standing, recognized professionals tend to have to juggle their service obligations and their creative obligations. So in this way, Inktober is fantastic for me because I'm trying to figure out if I can creatively make something that I don't otherwise make, right? And today's prompt is mustache. I don't draw a lot of mustaches. Yeah, I don't draw a lot of mustaches. But I did get a really great way to go about it. And it's gonna be fun. And I needed a theme, right? So I spent the last week coming up with a new workflow for this year, which I'll explain in like 2 hours time, hopefully in 2 hours time. Yeah, all of this is going to be explained. I've already prepared, at least in my head, prepared all this. Yeah, I think the one thing that I do not empathize with probably a majority of online artists, especially digital artists online, is that a vast majority of them aren't professional artists. That's not a bad or a good thing. I just find that for my qualifications, professionalism is also being able to do things you don't want to do. And you do it for the sake of professional integrity for service. It's not the service for self. It's the service for others and yourself. So it's like more than one thing. It's not only self-serving. It is also for the sake of others. Amateur artists, I think, are far more successful online than professional artists offline. So like people who like do like ad work and make posters and stuff for corporations and whatnot, you don't hear about those type of things. They're like grunt work. Actually, a lot of times I would say creative amateur work tends to look at professional work as selling out, right? As doing things for a paycheck. And much like the Japanese spirit, in my opinion, like I really like the Japanese culture, the vast majority of that stuff is the professional work. Like video games is a great example for artwork. There's the workhorse artwork, and then there is the clear obscure, right? I absolutely love clear obscure, but at the same time, that stuff happens every once in a while. The other stuff that you don't appreciate very much, like people who like turn their nose up on individuals who love making stuff, just constantly making stuff because they have to, or they want to, or they learn to love it. That's what I like about, or what I love about the idea of Inktober. You could be tired, you could be down, but if you finish Inktober and you look back and you smile and take pride in your work, whether you like it or not at first, that's one of the beauties of the human spirit. And I earnestly think that the vast majority of people online have not felt that or encountered that to the extent that I would find sympathetic or empathetic, I suppose. that again goes way back to I kind of said this before to other people because the question that you asked, how much Inktober did you plan to do? Do I plan to do? That's asked at least once or twice every year. Yeah, in different ways. In different ways. Last year I met this person who obviously immediately introduced themselves and said like, oh yeah, you know, I thought about doing this, but I never end up following through because I have ADHD and I never focus and finish anything. Because I'm probably a perfectionist and never think it's good enough, and I can't restrict myself to a specific amount of time to get things done, so I just never do it. And then they told me that they were working on a manga and, you know, working on stuff on the manga, and I would ask them like, so do you have an example? Can you like how is the thing that you said you are, you know, ADHD, being unable to complete things and never committed to things and doing things because you have to, all that stuff, how does that fit into this person's aspirations to finish a manga? ADHD shouldn't be the reason for not doing Inktober, in your opinion? It shouldn't be. I would agree, but it is for this person. So we can't be just like, you can disagree with the person, but it would be very reasonable to respect the person's reasoning because you're not here to gaslight them, right? So I asked them, basically, I asked them how are they able to do it? And sure enough, the very things that stopped them from doing Inktober is also the very same reasons that stopped them from completing that manga. So that's all I wanted to ask about them. I didn't really pry into whatever. You only talk to the person like once and they never come back, right? That's kind of, whether they have ADHD or not, the way they talk about their activities and whatnot and behavior, it kind of would surprise me if I saw them again, right? This is one of those things where commitments are rough, habit formation is tough, or I should say habit reformation, or forming new habits. I do new habits every month, so my balance is I keep one consistent thing every year for a year's time, but every single month I'm doing something that is not consistent. So I tend to combine both of them. So that's a way to get someone to stay comfortable with their, I guess, discomfort zone. I don't know what you call outside of their comfort zone, and then stay within the comfort zone. Last year though, I actually didn't make any time for Duolingo. It was just a pause for the moment. This year I'm gonna try. There is a chance it's gonna fall. It's gonna be pretty tough juggling them, you know. Whether ADHD is something that they can use as an excuse or not, it's really not my place, obviously. However, the problems they discuss is difficult to know if it's a creation of their own or not. The idea is that Inktober is supposed to encourage you not to do it, right? And I don't draw any part of the year. I think 99% of the time, all the drawing is within this month. So, not much else outside. So it is really about that topic, about doing something outside your comfort zone. Drawing is actually comfort zone. ADHD often comes from flow states being flow-like. If anything, it would be easier if done correctly. I think that's a very reductive way of saying things. But that can happen. I don't think it's often. I think it can happen. And if anything, it would be done correctly. If done correctly it's a no argument sentence. If anything's done correctly, it would be easy and often done. So, done correctly doesn't, in my opinion, I agree with you. But that applies to everything. It's always easier if it's done correctly. Like there's no, it's irrefutable. It's an irrefutable condition. I agree with you. I just wanted to make note that there's no discussion to be had about that condition. Learning Japanese would be easy if it was done correctly. Or anything. I don't agree with ADHD coming with flow state. That's not how that... I actually don't even think it's often. I don't think that's... confusing ADHD with high functioning characteristics is... and suggesting that's often can be a little bit speculative myself. I'm uncomfortable in suggesting that's the case. Some of his buddies tend to bite, or let's say play rough by biting. Often in personal experience with people you know. That sounds like an antidote. Fair enough. Most of the time I don't qualify it, like, it's not that I don't experience it, but I would typically consider those as high functioning people, not ADHD on the broader sense. That is, it's not classical to the entire spectrum of ADHD. Some of buddies play rough by biting. So he grabbed some wool yarn. Yeah, it is a group of pretty high functioning people. Well, that's interesting. So you say that you have personal experience with high functioning people, but you tend to ask questions dealing with people who have ADD more than ADHD. It's intriguing. Yeah, I don't think high functioning people are people with ADHD. I'm just like that would be a very hard sell. You have ADD, no people with ADHD. Were you diagnosed? Like, did you... I imagine we're talking about these are diagnoses, right? So you got a third party opinion on that. Oftentimes when it comes to that whole speaking of ADHD and ADD, that's typically self-diagnoses, or you read upon it before being diagnosed. We're getting into a regular conversation that I tend to encounter online, right? And strictly speaking, in the streamer space, I suppose. Usually, this is where I say you're an against diagnoses person, but you have several third-party opinions, including professionals, therapists, etc. You're against diagnoses person. All right. You have several professionals, huh? Okay, then fair enough. Like, you don't want a diagnosis for anything? I mean, so if you don't want a diagnosis for something, are you saying you don't want... I don't know what you mean, actually. If you don't want a diagnosis for anything, that still means you accept diagnoses, right? I think this is where you're looking at the thing as a negative thing and not a positive thing, or you're only looking at a negative thing. Discrimination issues exist here. Well, it exists in many places. Yes, I agree, but that didn't answer my question. The diagnoses for anything. So you don't accept diagnoses. That's your reason? Again, I don't understand what you mean by you don't want diagnoses for anything. So if you're saying that you don't want diagnoses for anything, then why are you bringing it up? Now, hear me out. Hear me out. Let's say I'm the one who brought it up, right? Like you're saying, because I talked about this person who said that they have ADHD, right? Since you don't accept diagnoses, I wanted to emphasize that my point was that this person claims they have ADHD. And my thoughts when I'm talking to another person is looking at actualizable behavior that they have. So whether they have ADHD or not, that was not my concern. The idea was I illustrated that the problems that they discuss was also the same problems associated with their inability to complete something, right? Has very little to do with the ADHD diagnoses, or whether that is. Now, you said you have ADD. That requires a diagnosis. But since you're anti-diagnoses, I don't know what that means anymore. Because if you're anti-diagnoses, that means the people that you were talking to, did they diagnose you or not? And then you're digressing and you're derailing the conversation to discrimination. That's a different issue, but we can certainly talk about that. The idea is whether that's your reason for being anti-diagnoses. I don't know what being anti-diagnoses mean. As in, do you reject it? Because if you did, then how would you ever know that you have ADD? You don't mind telling or knowing or telling people about it? Sure. Also, you said you often ask questions like someone with ADD. I did not say that. I was primarily responding, not randomly adding to it. I did not say you often ask questions like someone with ADD. I shared an anecdote about someone who claims to have ADHD. And the ADD thing was after you were alluding to having ADD. Which I'm not sure that you have. And ADHD and ADD are very different things. They're quite... Yeah, they're very different. And I want to clarify, all the things I said was to dispel the idea of people using ADD and ADHD as an explainer, which is what I thought you were alluding to when you said ADHD shouldn't be the reason for not doing Inktober, in your opinion. I agree in an even deeper sense. I don't think people who are, like you, I imagine, anti-diagnoses because of discrimination issues, right? That's fine. I actually understand that quite well, not having to live where you live because my parents. But the idea is understanding the behaviors that you have is irrelevant whether you're labeled with ADHD or ADD. If you can explain it with your behavior, sure. But when you said you have ADD, the question is, did someone diagnose you with ADD? If you self-diagnose, but you're anti-diagnosed, so you clearly didn't self-diagnose. So if other people diagnosed you, that's interesting, right? However, you went out of your way to say you're against diagnoses person. You don't go to an assessment in order to get diagnoses, so you're not able to legally be diagnosed due to that. You don't want to diagnose for job opportunities issues like hospital. That's fine. That's fair. You don't have special treatment. You don't want to be discriminated against in both for, pro, or con. So you don't know if you have ADD. That's all I wanted to know. That's fine. Because you're anti-diagnoses. That's fine. So now, without saying too much, right? Without using the labels, which we're both clearly agree that we don't use labels, right? The original interesting question is that you are surrounded by people who you believe are high functioning and that they have the ability to do flow state like things, right? That is interesting. And what you're saying is you're not like them. When you say you have one label and the other people around you have other labels. While it has been written on reports about you for previous school, it's not a technical diagnosis, but it's on official records about you for mental health purposes for education facilities. That's fair. Again, I have no problems with that. Facilities require a report to be submitted if you ever have one written. Okay. So you don't want to do any of that. You're just anti that. So may I ask, what is your motivation for saying you have ADD and you know people with ADHD if the whole purpose of the last 10 minutes was to say that it's not important to you? And that you don't want it and you're against it and all that stuff. Like, then why say it to me? I told you the guy told me that he has ADHD. I didn't say I thought the guy had ADHD. Because I can't. I'm not a professional. Nor do I have enough experience to even do that. And then insinuating that I knew that you had ADD was would be a breach of my professional integrity, because I wouldn't say that either, because I'm unable to say that. I'm not a trained professional, nor if I'm a trained professional, I don't think I would say it in this like situation either. It's not important to you. You just thought it may be helpful to include a perspective from personal experience and experiences with others. You just thought it may be helpful to include a perspective from personal experience and experiences with others. That's fair enough. I think if I had to be direct with you, that is a very, to me, I would say that's very presumptuous in how you thought it was helpful, because it's hard for me to believe that you think something is helpful if you don't care about it or if it's not important to you. Like, I don't understand how I would benefit from, or like how I would resonate with something that's not important to you. I would probably dismiss it, which is what I'm doing now. Right. So at least I come to understand from what you're saying that it is not important to you, because you kept sharing information that it's not important despite sharing it. So I don't think it's important or relevant to the point. Right. You did it in the context. I thought you said I asked questions in a way with it was likely a misunderstanding that I thought that before. I suppose. I mean, I was so somehow like talking about a stranger that is entirely unrelated somehow came back to a context that thought it involved you. So that's I guess I may have to apologize if I misled you in some way or somehow made you understood that sharing an anecdote about someone else somehow infers that it's about you. That's fair enough. My example, if I wanted to clarify a little bit, the example that I made was because it's an example of an artist. It's an example of someone who told me they are an artist and they behave like the comment you made about a lot of artists not willing to go out of their comfort zone, right? And then it's related to my interpretation of Inktober, or what Inktober means to me. So I don't think there was anything else outside of how it can infer that. You don't think an apology is necessary? It was just a sentence out of context that caused it. An apology is an apology. I think that's, in my opinion, a generosity. Perhaps one is not very used to an apologetic mannerism, but yeah, whether there's an misinterpretation or not, in the environment that you live, I would like to infer here. So I'm going to be a little presumptuous here. In the environment you're in, apologizing for miscommunication is a two-body problem. And in my opinion, it's always going to be a two-body problem. So whether it's necessary or not, that's certainly up for debate. But it's between the two of us. So somewhere there was a miscommunication. Well, I think I would probably argue that an apology is just a mutual way of saying that I was involved in the miscommunication. Right. Anyways, that's what Inktober means. I'll probably be more talkative about that later down the road. We do got to make time for it. So, kind of overextending our welcome at this point. Yeah. Are you gonna do anything with Inktober? Perhaps that might be a question. Are people around you artists? Do you have artists around you? And what type of artists are they, if they are artists? I have my best friends are they do pursue art as a lifelong skill, not as a lifelong professional career, but they are in the creative department when it comes to their artwork. You never did Inktober? Not friends with many artists? Not really just interested in doing, not really that interested in doing Inktober? That's fair. Yeah, my friends, my best friends are miniature people. They do largely 40K stuff. Most of their life. Almost their entire life. They write a zine. They actually publish a magazine or for many, work on a magazine that covers hobby related things to miniature artwork for some time now. Let's see. Grab some wool yarn and to tie the mouth shut. Oh, he takes care of them. Yeah, we do it. The goal right now for Inktober is to do 1 prompt a day and then do double prompts a day on lower volume days, because I have to make up 7 days because of other updates and scheduling stuff. So I have 7 double prompt days. I don't know when they're going to be yet. It's not going to be today, because today I have to do an introduction, or I plan to do an introduction. In terms of other topics, Japanese wise, the course you're currently on is quite intense. Currently 40 to 60 weekly kanji to learn, although some you knew before. Okay. I don't know what TWT is. Oh wait, is that an emote? I don't know what TWT. 40 to 60 kanji a week. How much time are you dedicated to it? Like, it's an emote. Okay. So 40 to 60 kanji a week is very fast. How much of the kanji do you know already? Like, if you had to estimate a percentage.
偏见，
我们应该消除对他人的偏见。
What the heck? 2 to 3 weeks per 2 to 3 hours per week. Will need to be more down the line. You don't know a ton. Okay. 2 to 3 is working out though. Okay. Is specifically the characters, right? Is this thing you're preparing for specifically the characters? Like, what I mean is down the road. Are you specifically focusing on the characters themselves? Tian. Lean C. Oh, prejudice.
"村庄
这个
Oh, writing characters, reading characters, meanings, common words they can be used in. Okay, so the whole shebang. Interesting. Are you gonna be How's the writing going? What's your motivation? Like, what's your thought process behind the writing the characters? Is that something that's literally going to be a requirement for you? I like to focus on writing because writing is a dimension that's kind of underappreciated. Since I started learning Japanese, writing part has been underappreciated, like by people who see me writing. Writing is okay, it's not very difficult, it is a requirement. Oh, it is a requirement. Interesting. That's really neat. The hardest part has been remembering words. I can understand that. Do you cut it off at words? Or do you see those words in context sentences for you to remember the meaning? I say this because I don't do them in context sentences most of the time. When it comes to Japanese, I don't do them in context sentences most of the time. In Chinese, I do. In Japanese, it's like 50. It's like some of the time. Largely because if I want to clarify and get ahead of this, since Chinese is context dependent and it's heavierly more context dependent than Japanese, arguably, right? Debatably. And then compared to translationally to English, usually then the context sentences, you don't have to fully read the context sentence. It's more like association with certain words help with the meaning of the vocabulary. You see context, but you find words in general to be the hardest part of any language memorization? Intriguing. You see context. How do you mean by see context? Yeah, so for example, I find this, right? This part, like this part is the hardest part. For me, personally. Like, obviously, you just mentioned in general the word. And we're not talking about how hard it is, but more like hard relatively speaking, right? You mentioned reading the characters, the meaning, and then the common words they are used in. So if I had to take those four, right, I think oftentimes for Chinese, the hardest part is the character standing alone on its own without like any associated words or any associated characters. In Japanese, it's less. It's lessened. I actually find that the words themselves, like you, are a little bit trickier. And oftentimes the context of the sentence reinforces a bit more of the things. But that's not among the four that you listed. So I was curious if when you say you see the context, is it only pictures? Or how do you see the context, but maybe not the a sentence itself? Personal anecdotes. I don't actually know what other people have problems with. Typically, they're just going to tell you, like, in my opinion, the unsolicited advice of most of the individuals that I've interacted with. They'll tell you, oh, you just have to go and listen to conversations. And I'm like, well, some of these things I'm not interested in conversations. But however, it's typically like, oh, you just have to listen to more conversations and whatnot. Like conversations don't have characters standing alone. that's not the task that I'm doing at the moment. So that's one of those things. Character meaning, character recognition go together as easiest. Okay. Then writing, and then words are the hardest to remember. You do personal study and look at some sentences, the word kanjis are used. I see. Interesting. How long do you have? How long is this course? Your Japanese course?
托、太平洋、
太平洋是最大的海洋。
Yeah, like for example, this one's pretty good. Like Taipingyang, right? Taipingyang is a interpretation of the Pacific Ocean, but because it says 是最大的是最大的海洋, as in it is the largest sea and ocean, you kind of learn what yang is because of ocean. And this is an earlier character. Hai is an earlier character than Yang. So oftentimes when I think of curriculums and stuff, if the things that come before can often eventually alleviate the word part. Like the part where the words end up being, if I had to like graph this out a little bit, right? If we were using words have this thing where it's like kind of, I'm curious in the future if you feel this way or not. It kind of does this, where I'm in this region, a lot of times in Chinese now. When characters kind of do, I do this, but then it just kind of plateaus. So characters, there's a rate limiting, there's like a asymptotal approach where it stops alleviating its easiness, relatively speaking, to words. Words end up being like transformative. 2 years, you guess, in total. Also, if I were to give a time taken to remember characters, it's on average, it could take up 2 minutes to remember the meaning and recognize it, then writing it 10 to 15 times. Okay. Time to write it with no issues. Words would take many repeated exposure to remember. So you're telling me that when you get those characters back, if they occurred in words, they would require repeated exposure. But if they're outside of the word, or do you mean you still remember the characters in the words? So like you're telling me it takes you 2 minutes, right? 2 minutes to remember this. That's fine. That's short term, right? And then if you wrote it 10 to 15 times, that's locked in. Do you retest this at all? Like a week later? And then like a month later? And maybe like 3 months later? Like, do you plan on it? I've obviously, I don't know when you started, so it might not even be a month yet. But do you retest this as a way to, by remembering words, you mean like remembering how a word would be pronounced, for example? Okay, that's fair. That would be linked to how you remember the character, right? The character, when you write the character, oh, do you not do the read of the character? The reads of the character, is that a separate time? I guess you only do reads of the character when it comes to the words. So you recognize the characters, right? So like you'll recognize this character later on, right? In like Taiyang, right? Or like Sun. You do read only when used with words. Okay, I see. That explains where the discrepancy between our difficulties. In kanji, right? In kanji, I said that this is relatively the hardest part because the kanji, each kanji, I remember all the reads. So we're going about it slightly different in our methodology. I actually corroborate all the reads based on the kanji, as opposed to the words themselves. So that's kind of an interesting, different thing. The mention writing, reorganizing meaning usually stick long term. Only need to see it a couple of times after the guarantee. No issue. Okay. I guess I'll have to check up on you on that a years or 2 years down the line. I have a curious conceptual thought going on right now, like an experiment going on right now about that. So it's very difficult to know yet because the time hasn't eclipsed yet, at least from my perspective. Time has not eclipsed to know that it is of a no issue to me personally.
Yen.
You've been doing Japanese for one and here still stands strong. Have you been doing it for a year and a half? I don't see how it still stands strong in a way because it's connected to the words that you're having problems recognizing or reading. Like some parts of the character is not there. It's not being connected to the words. That's my thought process behind it. Like understanding the words, right? Understanding the words connects back to the characters. And it's interesting that your guaranteed no issue stuff isn't moving forward into the words at all. I just think it's interesting. I don't know why or how that's happening, but it's interesting that there's a disconnect going forward in this direction. I'm not entirely sure if you're doing words and connecting it back to the character or not. Oh, that's a button. Hun. No. Hun. No. Ko. Probably Ko. Now where are you on this? Gnome? Why is there a gnome there? Where it's... Not Gui. Huh. Readings are okay, it just takes longer, if that makes sense. Take longer between when you initially remember the other aspects and when you remember reading, but it still sticks once you get it. As for why the rest is easier, you don't know. As opposed to why the rest are easy. Okay. Interesting. I look forward to talking about this in a longer distance. Maybe another couple months or so. Oh, sure. Wait. That's not right. Well, I'll stop asking questions. We're gonna refocus and try to get to Inktober. Let's see. That is praise. I thought it was praise for the pawn shop. And that didn't come out. So...
扣
heading off now. Look forward to checking in about that in the future. Yeah. I look forward to it. Yeah, take care. Good luck with your studies. Catch you later. Thanks for stopping by. It's not elbow. It's an iron. Right.
外贸
战争期间外贸停止。
Telling you. I really think that's praise. Really thought... this might be miscoded. I remember being surprised by praise. And why is that? I've recently made a change to it. And I remember what the change is.
黄昏
我们在黄昏时回家。
Okay, so let's go over this stuff. I actually think it's just... oh no. Oh no. That doesn't work. Oh no, wait. That's probably poem. Probably poem.
欣然
他欣然加入了我们的队伍。
欣然? So this isn't Gui? Oh wait, no? Wait, I don't understand anymore. I swear I already entered that. I already did 无家可归. No, yeah, I already tried that. That's why I swapped up to Jia. What is going on? What did I type the first couple times? I typed Gui instead of Gui? Nothing changed. Nothing changed.
子 诗
Oh, I could have typed in Mu instead?
无家可
Yeah.
归
他的家被毁了，现在无家可归。
I'm not sure what I typed in correctly. It doesn't change. It didn't change anything.
平坦，
草原上的地形非常平坦。
It's 2.行人加入了我们的队伍。What else is enjoy? Gladly? Okay. It's fine. The same difference is what I'm thinking from that. So this is definitely the shellfish and the imp, right? And the imps are giving Zelda. And I really thought it was Zelda's pawn shop, right? But she's in the bathroom. I don't understand. It was a modified of the English manner. So this is an encoding error that I had a while ago, which we might want to change it up. Yeah, this is an encoding error. For the longest time, I thought it was the pawn shop, and I've been conditioned. Oh, no, it's not. It's GIF. This is a mix in identity. It's a GIF. I'm thinking of Jun, which is, it's praise. So what is the difference between praise and... I made this error before. Oh, it's cavemen that gives the shellfish. Yeah, so I have these two mixed up. But what is this one? The gift is... Okay. Yeah, that's my bad. That's a mix-up. Duly noted. Hopefully it doesn't happen again. Oh, Guma, not Guma. Oh gosh, I just called. I just used a horse. um.
高跟鞋，
他喜欢穿高跟鞋。
赠品，
这些是广告赠品。
All right, gonna try not to get those mixed up.
对，
What in...
不详，
天空突然变得很不祥。
姑妈，
我的姑妈很善良。
What the Guma? Which type of aunt is it? It's a very paternal aunt. Nocturnal. Married. Yeah. Yes. What was this?
咬
Picture it.
想
Heck. Heck. It's Oh no. I forgot. How did the butler work?
潜水
潜水需要训练，
盐水。
肉串
他今天吃了5串肉串。
What? That's because that's not that. I want to say
贺卡
他们交换贺卡，
okay. What the? Wait.
格
Uh-oh. 我们会要 something 你的照顾。
照顾
我们会照顾你的。
It's notify. I was trying to type notify. I screwed up.
钱
How does the sun fit into this? Oh. L is fine. L, notify, look after. Oh no, 照顾. Whoops. Whoops, to look after. It's fine. Fine. I was thinking of Sue, not Gu. That's okay. That was purely okay.
交叉
交叉口很危险，
What? 交叉口很危险. Intersection? Oh, intersect. Yeah.
严厉
妈妈对我的错误很严厉，
Serious. Or stern. Or severe.
孤儿
那个小孩是孤儿，
Excuse me? I don't know where the soul is coming from. Oh.
巧
Wow. That one is not hot at the moment.
祖先，
我们要尊敬祖先。
树枝，
风吹动了树枝。
粉红色，
他的脸颊是粉红色的。
秀，
The heck?
焦土，
焦土政策是一种军事战略。
桌，虚心，
他总是虚心学习。
It could be reckless. What? Oh, I keep typing 学, not 学. I keep typing 学 and 学. Oh, 学. Dang it.
聚会，
我们明天有聚会。
Okay, that's fine.
窄，谦，缺陷，
它的设计有明显的缺陷。
窗帘，
窗帘挡住了阳光。
损害，
吸烟会严重损害健康。
感，
What? Oh, that's 尖.
巧巧，
他悄悄地把礼物放在桌子上。
It's very quietly. I mean, okay, fine. We won't put in very, sure.
寿司，
你想吃寿司还是披萨？
寿司. Maybe like reckless or careless. Careless, Oh, right. That's fine. I jumped the gun. It's okay.
黄，吞， 尖，
What? Okay. I keep thinking my is Bing and Bing is Bing still, but my just ends up being Bing for whatever reason. Yeah.
共，
Don't know what it is about my that looks like Bing. Huh. Oh, fun. Pun is more of a Japanese thing.
已经，
我已经买单了。
谢，大麦，
大麦是一种谷物。
伴奏，
他喜欢用钢琴伴奏。
拖欠，
他拖欠了很多朋友的借款。
What is another way to say this? Like past payments, past due on payments? What did they say? Something about a rare or something. Oh yeah, arrears. Yeah, this is a void of heart, so like trying to be void of pride, like lower your pride, right? Humility. I kind of jumped the gun.
锻炼，
我们应该每天锻炼一下。
豆腐，
Oh,
我喜欢把豆腐加入汤里。
tofu. I need to silence. I need to remember to write silenced.
去，
What?
是，
What the heck is doubt?
迟疑，
他从不迟疑。
迟疑?
掉，
What? I mean, we don't use barb here. I guess a spike needs a head. A harpoon? No, that's a skip. That's a skip. It's like being late, out of late, hesitate. That's good, actually. That's good. That's really good. I don't want to add any more to that. I'm okay with it. Oh no. No. I don't understand where the dirt is coming from. Oh. No. Is it? No. I don't, yeah, I don't know what's going on. That's wrong. It's fine. I miss that. That's not it.
理
I wrote 4. Okay, it's fine.
像
It's fine. Resemble is resemble.
空气
我们需要空气来呼吸。
彩色
彩色气球，
No. Dang it. Dang it. Is it a code? So I introduced a new component, right? But I don't know what the tree. I don't know if it's a wooden box or something. Completely lost. Oh, wait.
衣架
我需要一个新衣架。
好
This is a component. What incarnation is this component? A big conga line. Is that what that's supposed to be? The heck's a big conga line? I have no idea what this is. I don't think it's a... No. I have no idea. So this is definitely... Heckin' sandwich. Doesn't... I know fa... no, ja. Ja is fine when it's ja, but it's not fine when it's a sandwich. Weird. Well, I barely got sandwich before. Ja. Oh, that sucks.
不过，
不过我不确定。
Oh.
一辈子，
我一辈子都不会忘记这件事。
Once in my life? Once ever? Which is kind of like never? Entire life? Yeah. Once in a lifetime? Never? But it's saying never because of who? 不会. There's some context in that lifetime. So sandwich. Okay. Oh, is it because of the ground? No, it's a wedge. Oh, they described it as double wedges. As opposed to conga line. I think this is gonna suck a little. But you could think of it as a big conga line. Which means that it's very crowded. Which crowded deals with being squeezed into a large crowd. Let's say big. Big conga line. Crowded. Sandwich. I think we're gonna say also squeeze. We're just gonna add squeeze to this. That takes care of that. Hopefully.
设施，
学校的设施非常现代。
Facilities? Wow.
分校，
这是大学的分校。
分校. What's another way to say like like a branch campus? Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine.
水果，
他吃很多水果。
蛋，
And also? What Huh.
口述
他口述了一本小说。
拍手
他高兴地拍手。
What? Patting hands? What is that? I thought patting hands was like clapping. Aisho. Oh, I think this is why. 坏事.
坏事
坏事可以变成好事。
Do I remember why? Oh.
「站
Is that not applause? Oh, it could be like handshake. That it's clap. What the heck? It's fine. Same difference. Yeah, this is still one lifetime, but it's saying not in that one. I guess but. Oh wait. Oh wait. Hold up. Is done standalone? I don't know what done is defined as. What the heck? What? Hmm. Hmm. But the other one, I don't think it makes sense to me.
精细
这份报告写得相当精细。
黄 研究生
研究生的生活很忙碌。
I mean, that's graduate student, but scientist, kind of what they're referring to too. Or researcher, graduate researcher. I don't exactly know what this is supposed to be saying. Like, it's all. Oh, it's just daybreak? Wait. Am I getting this confused with something? I am getting this confused with something. Do I not have a vocabulary word for daybreak? Oh, I'm looking at dawn, however. Do I not have a use for daybreak? I do have a use for daybreak. Okay. I guess dawn goes on the list. No other use other than daybreak. So no Slender Man in daybreak. That kind of sucks. Does the Slender Man thing also check out? Huh.
战争，
战争带来了无尽的痛苦。
哦，
火灾，
这次火灾造成了巨大的财产损失。
no. Now I have lifeguard in the forehead. I can lifeguard. I kind of like lifeguard though. What is this without the lifeguard? Oh, and no, that's a misspelling. Go is one.
辩论，
我不想辩论这个问题。
I can't believe applause is not part of clap. Actually I can. I take it back. Oh, that's not. That's Jung, not Dung. Oh, it was Chung. I can guess myself. It's gone.
碳，层，
What the? Huh.
孙，
You practice this. Oh, that one's weak.
硕，
Oh, that's big. Not hard. Big.
沟，
Okay, don't get this mixed up.
赠，
What time is it? It's gonna be a late day. Be a long day.
窗户，
窗户被打破了。
It's
撞击，
那辆车撞击了树。
Yikes.
胡说，
我知道他在胡说。
It's like carelessly, recklessly say, talk nonsense. Yeah. Just blabber. Whoops.
想，
Oh, that's enjoy. Do I have two enjoys? I think I might have two enjoys, actually. Okay, hold up. This has to be... Oh, yeah, I don't know. What is going on there? What?
铃声，
我听到了铃声。
命令，
司令发出了新的命令。
副作用，
这种药可能会有副作用。
佛教，
佛教禁止杀生。
隐私，
欧洲有很多隐私法律。
凭证，
请出示你的凭证。
The heck? Oh.
佳节，
多么快乐的佳节！
石柱，
石柱支撑了整个建筑。
Ah! Wait. Oh, that's... Oh. Or a tongue. I think that might be tongue. That's tongue. Oh... That's not that. This is so weak. From yesterday even. Right. I don't know who was chasing. Yeah, I had a feeling that was gonna happen. Oh wait, that's not it. It's leap. Not that. Yeah, I knew this was gonna happen. Yeah, it's not Yugi. Like, Yugi, nothing about this screams Yugi. We knew this was gonna happen from yesterday, so let's add something that Yugi has. There's nothing to indicate it's Yugi, so it could sound like anyone. So Yugi in the bathroom of the electricity plant. This is new, so we need something. Maybe he accidentally summoned from his card. Started leaping around, littering feathers everywhere. Yeah, we knew this happened from yesterday. I'm not going over that. That's from yesterday. It's tongue? Really? When is it ever tongue? I should really sort that out.
佛像，
寺庙里有一尊金色的佛像，
隐患，
这里有很多安全隐患。
细胞，
细胞是生命的基本单位。
Now I'm just throwing anything at it at the moment. One sucks too.
碳，
From yesterday. I thought that was John. Oh no, it's not. It's Paul.
活泼，
他的性格非常活泼，
泡， 自于，
他喜欢但吉他来自于
月，娃，
你想听 something 话吗？相信 do you believe? Oh, maybe it's
童话，
你相信童话吗？
children's tale or fairy tales. Hmm.
物，
Heck. I don't know.
平，侧，
I just blanked out so badly there. I was distracted by something else in the background. I can hear.
副总统，
他是副总统的助理。
So,
度，
这间这件 something 可I don't know. Thought it was like I don't remember the left thing. Oh, it's the right thing? So, well, yeah, lock is pretty weak. That's fine. No, it's a zipper. That's 5 today. Okay. What's going on here? Oh. Oh.
手续拉锁
这件夹克的拉锁坏了。
What the brick? Why am I drawing a blank on brick? Oh.
最佳
这是最佳的旅行时间。
Oh, rough times, rough times. We added sandwich. There was one other thing. Guess I should be adding. Okay. We have 5. How much time we have? 4 hours. Less than 4 hours. I think I spent a little too much time indulging today. Can't do too much of that anymore. Not for this month. Okay. Trellis in hand. Ooh. Ja. Yen. Sing. One sucks. Dal. Yen is weak. Yen. Hoang. Oh. Yeah, 2 dolls. Both the dolls are weak. Dracula is starting to rise up to the level of Zelda and Dracula and Tarzan. Oh. Guan. Hair and net. Aha. Yeah. Wait, let me actually What did Mika say? Mika said 40 to 60 kanji a week. What are we at? 56. 7, 8 to 10. So 60 to 70 a week. Oh yeah, that's really tough. On what? 2 to 3 hours a week? Along with words? Nah, that's really tough. Okay. At least, it was okay for... I'm starting to taper off here, I suppose. Once you get about 1,000 in, starting to get all sorts of noodle wiggling in there. And I spend... Yeah, no, that's really tough. 2 to 3 hours a week for 50 to 60 characters. I mean, I'm doing, obviously, I'm using myself as a relative, but I'm doing 60 to 70 characters for Chinese, but that's like, technically we're encompassing the hours, right? These characters, how many hours these characters are getting. So today, all those characters are exposed. Right. 10 characters. Or actually, it's kind of like half and half. Or, not half and half. No, yeah, these are all the new characters. So all these characters are going to happen again. That's tomorrow. Oh, okay, yeah, no, that's not... Okay, I can't... Technically... all of these characters are being spent. So what is it? 1 exposure today. Today's the lesson exposure. Tomorrow's the review exposure. Then the 3rd day is the word exposure. And I guess at most it would be however long it takes me to get them, right? So it's like 3 exposures. And then there'll be a return exposure within the week. Pretty sure it's within the week. It might actually be 3 exposures per week. So 3 exposures, 3 exposure per week to the characters and the vocab. Does that equate to more than 2 to 3 hours a day? That's interesting. It might actually be, now that I think about it, it might actually be less. That sounds reasonable. Provided that they're not doing anything else, but I highly doubt they're not doing anything else. So that's interesting. Hoang. Sure. I'll definitely have to pick their brain on if anything, if there's any interesting observations. Sure is surveillance. Now we have to distinguish between surveillance and monitor. Probably not. Second dwelling? That's not dwelling. Second ease. Oh my gosh, ease is gonna destroy me. 宇航员。猛兽。田径。街市。监测。监测。This is monitor. Oh, 监测 is tougher than 监视。直径。揭发。All right. So we have Bugs Bunny sneaking into the basement of Elmer Fudd's home, only to get his fingers trapped in a trellis. Finger caught in the trellis. Set by Elmer Fudd. And we have Jimmy Neutron approaching the auditorium, being commended by a strong dude, hitting them drums. And announcing him for scientific achievements, right? Contributions. Then we have Yoshi in the bathroom of the pawn shop, hiding away a really cool banquet dollhouse, accompanied with an awesome like doll and some sparkling sun like chandeliers, right? Consume it, hide it into an egg. They can purchase it for later. Then we have Xena, who's in front of the infirmary, hired as a guard. Chilling with her axe, enjoying, relaxing under the tree, enjoying the flowers of the infirmary's courtyard, being hired for salary for guarding, right? Okay. Then we have Dracula. Oh, Dracula, what are we gonna do with you? So Dracula snuck into the bathroom of a human barn, right? And in order to avoid having to pay for utensils and stuff, he basically just steals. He's a thief and he steals plates. And of course washes them there before yoinking all the utensils. Why the barn? I have no idea. Various utensils, including plates. Why are there plates in the barn? That's a little weak. Now we have Yugi. Yugi is working in the pawn shop. Right? Yeah. Working in the pawn shop. He's busy. Initially, he was sitting on the folding stool attending to his cars, but from time to time, he's picking up things. Right now, he has to pick up a lot of things all around the ground. Some cleats, tons of cleats that are around the ground, and he's assisting in doing the inventory, right? Fingers, armpits, carrying stuff. Okay. Then we have Harry Potter, who's in the temple doing some great magic, right? Shows that his armpits don't have anything, nothing attached to his elbow, and voila, able to materialize a dollhouse. Great, but simple magic. And we have, once again, Dracula. Oh, Dracula. He's once again sneaking into the bathroom of the human barn. This time, he's trying to find a mortar for his uses. In order to avoid treading cow poop and manure everywhere, he disguised themselves with a wooden leg and wear some cleats. Maybe borrow some cleats. Or stole some. Then we have Patrick, who is once again having to do chores in the bathroom of the barn, cleaning duty. However, this time, instead of doing his chores, he was like, well, why not have some fun? He brings a package of firecrackers and light them up with a fire, right? Obviously making a bigger mess. Okay, then we have Goofy, who walked off into the bathroom of the pawn shop, having acquired a shellfish, some string, and let's actually find some string and a pendant, or a shellfish in order to make a necklace, right? In order to make a necklace, the pendant the shellfish to act as a pendant. He tried to pierce the string, but ultimately ended up piercing his own finger. All right, and then we have Bart Simpson. We have a lot of characters now. Oh yeah, Bart Simpson, who's entered the bathroom of the auditorium, chasing after a bear that he let loose from a stage prop, and he's tried to use a net to capture the bear so he can use it for future shenanigans, right? What is that? Is that catch? I don't know what that is. Cease. Oh my goodness, Cease is dead in the water. So you use the net and the bear ceased to move. Oh, cease. I think stop is gonna be a good pivot. All right, now we have 5 disappointments. Let's start with sandwich. Get sandwich out of the way. I think we're gonna look at this as a large conga line, right? Large conga line in order to get sandwich. Sandwiched. They like crowd and squeeze and enters the picture because of that. It kind of looked like a sandwich. I didn't think about it. Jung to do not get mixed with Jan. Jan and Jung. So Jung is gift. Or they gifting shellfish. Wasn't the first time this happened either. Does it have 2 strokes or 1 stroke? Right. In the middle. 1. Sun. Okay. Yeah, because of the imp. Shooting fire. Okay. So Jung. Gift. The definition wasn't the problem. Dan. Make sure not to mix it up with Dan. Daybreak. Daybreak is fine. Or yeah, daybreak. Soul. Soul is also not to mix up. All of these are mix-ups now. That's a little concerning. Right? Heck, it's shellfish. That explains some things, actually. Actually, that might explain the whole thing. What was it? Xiao. I'm looking at spend. Yep, the difference. I keep not looking at the shellfish versus the moon. I'm thinking of Xiao because that's the mix-up on that. So, which is lock. All right. I'm missing one. Bite. Yao. All right. So what are the things I'm mixing up? Jiang. Jiang is way different. What was it? It's caveman. And shellfish. Done. Which is praise. Right. Yep. Oh, it's double caveman. Oh my, this character is gigantic. So John. Praise. And done is this. Which is like but, however, or Soul is getting mixed up with Xiao, which is just a change of the moon. Xiao, spend. And then Yao. I kept going with anything that had this, which the closest one was Ya. Not Ya, sorry. Ah was what I went with. No, so no, but it's only one. That's not really close. Need to get good. I was thinking of exclamatory. Yeah. All right. That's pretty good. Not too bad. This is more of the average day. I feel like this is about the average day. Alright folks, that's a wrap for our HanziHero session today. Kind of got digressed with, we kind of derailed with some interesting insights. I'll have to go over it's interesting. I'll have to talk about high functioning, like the categorizations. I think there was a lot of more of a, if I had to be honest with the situation, there was a lot of projection. Like either I was projecting an incorrect state, like an incorrect feeling, or I constantly felt like it was this presumption that was constantly being made, even though I was spending more time explaining that it could be other things. Like there could be other reasons, right? Like what I'm about to talk about in the next couple minutes, once I come back from break. The motivations to do things, there's more than one motivation. Looking at results pave singular perspectives, right? Like if someone's asking a question, it's interesting that the way they ask the question, right? And then when they explain or when they counter by asking the question, they're portraying and they're assuming that there's one perspective. So then I add another perspective. But somehow when you add another perspective, you're projecting, there was a projection of what's negative and positive, and yet that's not the reason to bring up the other reasons. Like, people finish things when they don't. It's interesting because if I had to be incredibly honest about what I would think, most of the things that transpired today is that person hyper-focused on being defensive about something that they possibly describe to themselves, but I wasn't even thinking about that. So like some people who start something and they don't finish, or they don't complete whole things, that's neither bad or good. Especially when I spend most of my time talking about how the idea is if you're happy or not. And if you're happy or you find something more interesting, right? People do things because they're interested in it. And the whole point that I was trying to make is there are also people that do things to become interested in it. And that was the whole point I was trying to make about what I'm about to do this month, starting in a few minutes from now, which is Inktober. The idea is it wasn't me who was originally interested in Inktober. It was someone else. And that someone else happens to be also a person who didn't follow through in the Inktober thing. In fact, I don't know how often they draw anymore. So, but what was constantly being misinterpreted, at least in my opinion or understanding, is the consistent projection of what I feel were insecurities. Insecurities about like, and then, you know, it came off as I'm dealing with ADD, ADHD, and that's perfectly expected in my opinion. It's reasonable. You encounter these things most of the time. So after sharing an anecdote about that from last year, which is related to the Inktober thing that I'm about to do, somehow that became like a personal thing, and they treat it like a personal thing when I couldn't possibly know that. And then even then, maybe I did misspoke somewhere, but there's no way it's difficult for me to even fathom what could motivate me to categorize someone before they mention it. So in no way did I even mention ADD before it was mentioned. I'm pretty sure. Otherwise, I wonder what brought me to do that. That would be really... I would be surprising myself. So these categorizations, whether they bring discrimination or not, that was not my take on things. I didn't make a discrimination or a discriminatory, or at least it was not my attempt to make a discriminatory presumption based on what I don't know. What I do know is the stuff that person told me in my anecdote. They explain problems that may or may not be associated with a diagnosis. And even then, I don't actually know of their diagnoses. So hence why when someone voluntarily tells me and categorizes themselves as though to draw a contrast or tell me if it's helpful, right? If the person is providing information that they think that is helpful to me, saying it's not important to you or projecting negativity because you have a hidden agenda, you've experienced something, that is telling me a lot, but it's also telling me that it's also irrelevant, right? Like, I think there's this twinge of cyclic. I didn't want to, I don't know how to point it out or anything, but the idea of thinking that you're sharing some helpful information, but you don't think it's important, that to me was hard to process. I do not understand that. Because if you think it's not important, I find it very lacking to share that with me, right? I would think someone finds information is important. That is why they would share it with me, right? If it's not important, what happened here was a great example. If you don't think the information you're sharing is not important, then when someone asks you a question about it, it clearly is important, but not for the reasons that it is helpful, in my opinion. It was not helpful to me to be told what I already know about diagnoses and, you know, prejudicial things regarding categorization. In fact, the motivation for someone to draw contrasts between like ADD and ADHD and categorize themselves is being used for the very reason that that person believes it's not important. So to me, that's a cyclic argument. Are we going to talk about it or are we not going to talk about it? Do you want to be categorized or not categorized? Because saying that you are categorically something while at the same time say it's not important and we shouldn't talk about it, I don't understand why we're talking about it. And then being accused of bringing it up is something that unfortunately my memory was not great enough. So I'm about 90% sure that I did not bring up that before it was brought up. Nevertheless, it does tell me about a lot of things that I could use to talk about without having to cross that boundary or that can of worms again. It's I think the most interesting thing, which I'll talk about when I come back, is the final thing, which is the same thing as HanziHero and WaniKani. How does it relate to language learning? Just the idea of setting yourself up and saying you do certain things, and then you have to meet a certain criteria in order to make things work is, in my opinion, incredibly myopic to think about things. So, like, oh, you can do this as long as it's done correctly. I find that type of reasoning, like, yeah, it's kind of like saying life is going to be easier if I win, right? If I always win, then life is going to be easier. And I'm like, I understand that, right? If this will work and it's going to be easier if it's correct. Yeah, like most things are. So, but what is that saying about ADD and ADHD? So, the problem I typically dislike or like have trouble, maybe dislike is a strong word. The problem I have sympathies for or having empathized for is the idea that you're talking with potential is different from doing things the best you can. That is very different. Those are two very different discussions that I'm having at the same time. I usually talk about what is being done and what can you learn from it. So the thing has been done and you're going to try to improve upon it. In the opposite end of the spectrum, in my opinion, like really far off, maybe not necessarily opposite, but in a very distinct way, that is not the same as saying what is the best way and what is the most ideal way to do things. That's when you say things like, oh, well, this could work as long as it's ideal, or this could work as long as this is ideal. What I'm doing, what I think is good to contribute to this is there is a potential to do this. And I'm like, well, I mean, if humans have a potential to fly, would they suggest flying? Like literally trying to fly? I don't know. My thought was, what are you doing? Why did you mention that? Is this something that is relevant to you? But instead, I get well, this isn't relevant to me, but it could be relevant to you. And I'm like, well, I'm not interested in what is relevant to me. Like, so there was a lot of maybe miscommunication. And as usual, I stand by my statements. When you're communicating, so like, the person constantly treats things as, in my opinion, as who's right, who's in the right, who's in the wrong, who's in the negative, who's in the positive, like who's A personality and who's B personality. There's constant segregation. I think that's the kind of the big irony here. Maybe a little bit hypocritical, or I'm gonna say a bit dissonance. So the idea is that there's so many things that someone is willing to share, but when you share something and you contradict its importance, I'm not entirely like I mean, maybe someone else finds it reasonable. I don't know how other people interact. For myself, I find that very confusing. It's like saying you want something, but you do something else. You want something, you do something else. You want to bring this into the discussion, but you want to deflate its importance. Much like what I stand by when I say, whenever someone has a miscommunication, the fact is there are two people who are unable to communicate properly. it rarely is a matter. It takes a lot of arrogance and pride and maybe like narcissism to think that one person is the reason why there's a miscommunication. It's always two or more, right? Involves more than one. Otherwise, you would never have a miscommunication. Now, hear me out. I say otherwise you wouldn't always have a miscommunication with one big asterisk. If the communication with yourself is considered two people, so if you're like talking to yourself, right? You're self-talking. If anyone believed that's a two-person body problem, like cognitive dissonance, right? You want something, but you keep doing something else. If that's a two-body problem, then even then, I would say there's a two-body problem. So what do you start with? You apologize to yourself, right? That's kind of one of the, in my opinion, a very fundamental step in exercising self-love, right? You have to be able to say, you're good enough. Sorry you didn't like meet your potential, but you did your best. That type of thing. And that is the same situation here. So I attempted to apologize because this isn't a game of rights and wrongs or who is worse and who is better. I don't know if that's going to ever like evolve into something more than that, like more than that area. But changing that perspective is the reason why I feel like you to understand discrimination issues and prejudicial issues, categorization, that type of thing, being against it, ignoring it, and lowering its importance, in my opinion, that doesn't mean you understand it. You understand less of it, at least in my opinion. So if they were going to go into that topic, I would have been fine with that. But instead, it's kind of like, oh, it kind of reminds me, if I wanted a really funny example of the dissonance is like One Piece. The character Chopper, right? Chopper hates being complimented, but he likes being complimented. What he does is he pushes compliments away it's like a running gag for Chopper's character, right? That's kind of like what was happening over and over again today, where someone states something. I'm like, oh, hey, well, you could also explain it in a different way. Like, some people don't finish Inktober, that's fine, but some people do. So you can say both. That's not enough to rationalize, at least in my opinion, to rationalize, rationalize that the question wasn't biased or something like that, or wasn't undesirable. Like, in order for that to happen, the person I was speaking to already thinks it's a negative thing. Like, not finishing something is a negative thing to a lot of people. But I didn't say it was a negative thing. I was suggesting that it's interesting that you asked, how much am I going to do it? As opposed to, are you going to finish? Or like, do you plan on finishing, right? There are many ways to ask, but one of the golden, in my opinion, one giveaway is assuming that there's an upper potential. So the ideal situation for that question was that you complete it, but that's the top. So then everything in below is considered negative. When I was wondering why they didn't ask, so what are you going to do for Inktober? That would be from a perspective that someone suggests not doing it is also acceptable. Doing a little bit of it is acceptable. Doing all of it is acceptable. It's up to the choice of the person. But that was not how the question was phrased. And it was fairly obvious that the direction of the conversation, at least to me, it became progressively more defensive, constantly more and more defensive. And what I typically do in that situation is, those are fair points. That's a fair point, you know? Doing that is a fair point. Discrimination is undesirable, and that's a fair point. Adding more to the discussion, in my opinion, I need to determine if it's actually important. If the person I'm speaking to is constantly saying it's not important and continue to talk about it, that to me is a miscommunication, not just to me, but to themselves. If it's not important, how does it encompass over 50% of your comments? And if it's not important, why are you sharing it? Right? I think that's one of the things that was getting me caught up in this loop of conversation. I'm like, it sounds like it's important, but I don't want to be forceful about it. Because if I convince the other person that it's important because they keep talking about it, I wouldn't know if it's important anymore. Because there's a chance I'm just convincing the person that it's important. Yeah, it's a little weird. I don't know. Maybe things will change in the future. I think ultimately a great way to bridge these potential situations is to have shared experiences. Shared experiences allow one to compare and contrast. So if learning Japanese is one of them, we might be able to grow and learn from each other in the future by comparing and contrasting our experiences. I think idealistic talk, in my opinion, personally, idealistic talk, that is basking in what ifs, if onlys, and hypotheticals that keep one from doing things. Like, oh man, you know, I have ADHD, so I don't have the optimal personality to be learning a language, so I'm not going to. But what if I'm that 10% of people who can hit a ideal flow state to learn the language? Should I gamble on that? It's like, well, that's idealistic talking, in my opinion. I don't particularly like. Sure, we can all, I guess we can sit here and dream of the most ideal situation for most things, but in this case, whether someone is diagnosed with ADHD or ADD, that's neither ideal and nor need to be rationalized as ideal. And that's a problem, maybe a little reservation that I have. Like, constantly saying anything is this, everything is that. Often is this, but I don't think it's often. And then using a condition to say that it is often to them, it's like, okay, well, that's fine. That's fair. Right. Here's a cautionary tale, and for me personally, cautionary tale in sensitive topics, and that would definitely qualify as a sensitive topic. It's profoundly confusing when someone gets incredibly sensitive and defensive, but then tells the other person it's not important. It's not, in my opinion, interpretively congruent with each other. I think most of the things I say, I believe it's important, at least in my opinion. Pleasantries don't fall under that, but usually pleasantries are like the first 2 or 3 exchanges in the beginning. But I don't choose to share things because they're not important to me. I choose typically, and this might be where me and maybe the vast majority of the internet, anecdotally speaking, this has been my experience. the vast majority of people who speak in a public place, interacting with a public person, like a public individual, they say things and they somehow detract from them because what's said on the internet and public is not important to them. And that is the opposite of how I treat things. And maybe that's worth disseminating. The things I say in public are of the utmost importance to me. What I say in private involve jokes and looseness. What the things I say among friends are like, we take jabs at each other, we joke, we, jibber jabber and yap in that way. In public, this is a public space. So not only was I informed about discrimination on a public level, I think wherever they live, it's even more so a reflection of that culture, where when you say things in public, they're usually and fundamentally important, at least in my opinion, or at least in a manner that doesn't create strong contradictions. Voluntarily using categorization and labeling and then stating they're not important in the same breath is hypocritical or contradictory to me. So I don't know what that is, what the intent was, and I asked a couple of questions, but frankly they did not get answered. They simply went and continued to project their insecurities, and that was tough to navigate. Anyways, on that brilliant note, I was trying to be as neutral as possible. It was a little confusing. Maybe we'll learn in the future, or I'll learn in the future, how to navigate these contradictions. It's not the first time. I said this a couple times already. I even share anecdotes that parallel, but not referring to the person, right? People say things and they keep telling me that it's not important to them, and they spend the entirety of them being defensive when I ask questions about them. So it's a little bit weird. Right. Don't know. But that's the end of our HanziHero session today. If you're more than welcome to follow along. Pick up HanziHero, give it a try. Right? Let me know what you think. Always feel free to stop on by, chatter, like contradictions or not, etc. The idea is to interact. Interact promotes learning, at least in my opinion. Inktober wouldn't come up if I wasn't interested in Inktober, and then Inktober wouldn't come up for me if it wasn't for my interaction with other people. So that's kind of the idea. Right? You're inspired, we encourage each other, so you're more than welcome to share. If you're not overly concerned, overly shy or what have you, obviously you can continue holding your thoughts to yourself, but I often encourage conversations and discussions. This is a public space, so some discretion is advised. But yeah, come on by, share some stories, share some strategies, exchange some ideas, keep each other motivated, right? And learning from each other. So until next time, 大家下次见. I'll see you guys next time. 感谢观看, right? Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, walk around, take a little bit of an extended break before we hit our final thing of the day, which is the first day of October, for day 1 Inktober prompt. And I'm gonna do a bit of an introduction, right? I'll be back. Thank you. Alright, folks. Welcome back. It has been another year since the last time we been doing this, the drawing thing. So now it's officially Inktober 2025. It's been Inktober 2025 for quite some time now. We're reaching like the end of our October 1st. One thing I haven't done that has been around a little bit over like a year actually almost 2 years, is that I've been doing these things where whenever I start a new project, I'm gonna do an introduction, right? Or some sort of introduction for it. And I haven't done one for Inktober. And this will be a combination of many things. Like it's gonna be like a retrospection meets an opening opinion. Usually I do like opening opinions, tentative takes, and then candid conclusions. This will be a way to catch up with the last 4 years in a way, right? So we're gonna still chalk this up as we're starting a new project, right? It's gonna be this month's project. So with every new project, I do a segment called Opening Opinions. Right? And opening opinions, in this case, we're gonna try to do like opening opinions tend to be like, it serves more of an overview this time around. An overview about Inktober, right? And I think we're just gonna leave it there, whichever suits me. So first thing I tend to do is we start with a section called, we're just gonna call it the facts section. So in this case, it's a little different this time. Maybe I'm gonna talk about what the facts are of what I know of Inktober, right? And then some facts this time, any legacy facts. So this is past Inktober, because those things have happened. There's no like no interpretations whatsoever. Those things have been done. And then we're gonna talk about a few things, I think, to address some of the hot topics regarding some of the facts I'll exchange, which is we typically do my archetypes. So I'm gonna do archetypes or archetyping. And I think a great way to phrase some of the things that I think about art is probably the idea of a combination of, we have what I call the fine arts. These are probably not the proper terminology, but the fine arts and then digital art. So we have the fine artists and the digital artists, right? There is a little bit of, there's also like, we're not going to talk about that. I was going to include like professional and amateur artists, but I think fine arts and digital arts would cover a lot of the things, and we'll add a few bonuses in there. Then, and lastly, I want to add my own anecdotes. So these are my personal opinions, right? And alternative anecdotes, right? And that's about what we're gonna do, like very quickly. Well, we'll try to keep it to an hour and then leave like 2 or 3 hours for the first prompt. The first prompt tends to take a while until I get into the groove of things, because I typically don't do this. So let's go over our facts, right? Inktober, this all started with Inktober 2021, right? 2021, I had an acquaintance, right? It was through the word of mouth of an acquaintance, and the rest is history. So since Inktober 2021, to 2024, we did a combination of things. We tried to do anytime we tried to stream capture, like record. We try to record the construction, right? We'll call it the rendering. The rendering of each prompt, right? Each prompt from beginning to end. And this doesn't necessarily equate to every single day. Originally, right, it's a bit of a mix. The idea is to complete the prompts. Complete prompts right now. Complete prompts before, right, end of October. Sometimes it'll double up. Sometimes it might even triple up, but usually the highest is there's occasional two. It's one to two prompts a day. And that's given my schedule with other things, right? Last year I put most things on pause in order to do a prompt every single day. So we did a prompt every single day as opposed to 2 prompts. The year before, we had a few things that happened during the month, so there were double up prompts. But the idea is consistently completed before the end of October. There were other things like in the beginning, we followed the prompt strictly, right? Like in the beginning, followed prompt and stuck to more like a minimalistic approach, because I basically was completely inexperienced. I can this is 2021, right? Although we gave it a Yale college try for sure, and a lot of it dealt with like notable references, right? Notable references. So like definitely less like what do you call them? OCs, right? Or less to no OCs. Then we in 2022 started looking at backgrounds and like mediums, different types of like media imitations. Then like 2023 we did a lot of like sketching work, line work, sketch and lines, lots of pencil like black and white stuff. Then 2024 was like style studies. Lots of style studies. Right, that's to overlap, and that's to quickly go over the stuff that really isn't technical, because the fact is I basically 99% of my drawing is within Inktober. Now there is the 1%, and the 1%, maybe not that high. We're gonna say 90%. And the other 10% is the occasional like channel related things like emotes banners, right? Emotes, banners. Basically channel maintenance. Which I feel should be communicated somewhere, because every time I'm solicited, right? It's very often that you get solicited for, hey, do you want any emotes or banners? And then they would look somewhere. I don't know how they look, but generally speaking, they don't look sufficiently, so it's not made really clear that I typically I'm disinterested, unless they manage to have a conversational rapport with me. So in any case, there's should be maybe a very clear indicator that I find a lot of joy and reward from working on the assets myself, right? It's not to say that they're going to be better or worse or negligible to some random artist that doesn't even take their time to notice that, right? So that is one thing that has occurred in the past. What else can I say about Inktober? So what we know about Inktober. So, the facts are, I will be following the quote-unquote official Inktober prompt. Right, so it's whatever the quote-unquote classic, I guess. The classic prompt list. So classic 2025. Right? That's what we're gonna do. And I follow it every year. Because I'll be more in that in a bit. So always the classic. And usually besides 1 to 2 prompts a day, I usually track how much time. I like to keep it below 3 hours per prompt from beginning to end. And yes, like for most people who ask, yes, I do like prep before my stream. I do prep before my stream. Like mental images, like some references. And usually they're done in the day of, because I stream later in the day. So I get up, I quickly look at the prompt, and whatever screams out to me, I go on like Google image or something, and I look at examples, and then we try our best to do them. So it's usually prep within the day. Prep before, but within the day. This is important to me, which I will talk about in a bit. But that's what I do. And yes, all of this is going to be 100% on Krita, which I get the question a lot. What program to use? It's 100% on Krita. I have no affiliation with Krita. Krita is sufficient. I make it work, basically. No, I am not interested necessarily. I'm interested in how other people use other things, other tools. But when someone comes at me and say, why are you using that garbage? Use Procreate or use Clip Studio Paint. That's a different story. I love to hear. You're more than welcome to tell me about how you use those and like how many steps, what's your workflow in using another program. For the time being, the phrase is I make it work for me. That's fine. If there's anything I feel like an artist, which I don't really actually consider myself an artist. I consider myself as a hobbyist, right? I wouldn't use the title of artist because I don't do this for a living, nor do I do this in a capacity that mirrors my identity. I'm a hobbyist, so I pick up drawing as a hobby, right? So 100% Krita, I make it work We bumble, we jumble, we do things. The idea is to enjoy the process of being creative. And if anything resonates with a artist, is the idea of finding ways to make things work. That's one of the highest, in my opinion, one of the most charming things about the human experience, creativity, right? It's a luxury sometimes and a privilege to have time to do that, and I appreciate every moment of it. Using the best tools doesn't elicit, in my opinion, by default, the best experience. I think that's a human fallacy. It's a conditional, it's a failure, in my opinion, a very likely failure of appreciating the human experience. Doing the best of everything, using the best tools is not necessarily the most conducive to the creative process, right? It's kind of like saying, well, if digital art allows you to erase things, then why ever paint with oils on a canvas if you can't erase it? That's what creates the human logical fallacy, right? So much in the same way, programs are the flavor of digital art, in my opinion. You make it work. Maybe one day someone will be so enthusiastic that they charm my way to Procreate or to Clip Studio Paint. The idea is it's by doing that attracts me to something, not by telling me what is and what isn't. I think that's goes back to a little conversation I had a little bit earlier about constantly talking about potentials. If you're constantly talking about potentials, then if they're not recognized, there's no discussion to be had, right? You can tell me things as a way to elicit experiences, but if you say something like, oh, you can do so much more artwork if you switch to this program, it's like, well, I could, would, should do things, but I'm not currently. Telling me and making promises like that, in my opinion, is a salesman, not a friend. I mean, sometimes you can be a salesman and a friend, but it's not a friend by default. So go around saying like, yo, why are you using MS Paint to an artist who wants to use MS Paint? I don't think that's a great way to go about it. Like, hey, oh, you're using spray paint. Why don't you use like a paintbrush instead? Right? This is some of the stuff that probably will occur. So what else can I say about it? I think the rest, the art. Oh, here's something. So I did mention that, yeah, everything's recorded. And I usually just post these somewhere, right? I do not, I guess something that must be said is it's non-profit. Non-profit. Like, I have no aspirations to become, like, I have no aspirations of selling anything particularly. Although it is very flattering from time to time, people talk about it, selling stuff. If you want it, like, I mean, I don't mind. The thing about selling is I could just do it. So if someone is very interesting and we have rapport, right? If we have rapport, I just do it when I can. Or we can just talk about it. Right? Selling is definitely way outside the scope. Alright. So now we gotta talk about some archetypes. Right? This will answer a few other questions. So archetypes. Sometimes we talk about the fine arts. Maybe that's not the word. Maybe like crafts, arts. Okay. And then we have digital, right? Digital art. So there is something I want to raise, and the idea is materials versus non-material. Right. I do this quite a lot on like your scales. So there's the non-material and the materials, right? Now, this is kind of an asterisk non-material because pen, tablet, these are materials technically, but we're talking about the materials used to create the piece. So without saying too much, I'm a little bit over here. I lean towards digital art. That's why I'm doing in digital art. And why is that the case? Largely because I have a material problem. So I somewhat live a minimalistic lifestyle. And digital art is very conducive to that. That's all I'm going to say. That leans towards. Yes, I do appreciate the idea of creating. I do appreciate physical creations, right? Or I do appreciate that the physical medium has nuances that I can't appreciate without using it, right? That's perfectly understandable. And I watch people. Usually, most of the time, I watch. I'm a watcher, an observer. So, ironically, people who record themselves using like fine crafts and like fire and paint buckets and boards and levees and stuff. I watch a lot of them and they're beautiful. They have lots of nuances. There are things that are amazingly created by our universe, physics, right? Nature, that is impeccable and beautiful. But it counters my compulsion for something that so this minimalistic lifestyle is a coping mechanism. And it's a management thing that I do. So digital art, there's a lean towards digital art because most of that stuff does not occupy a physical space. It's legitimately the occupying of a physical space and the materials. So while I may say I have an appreciation for the physical medium, it is very antagonistic to my sort of coping and management, right? And then we have other things like I'm gonna get a little controversial. This is a fairly controversial thing, and it has been brought up not as often as I think because I usually don't do this long enough to attract that type of commentary or criticism, but it's worth mentioning because it has been brought up indirectly by other things, and that is real versus fake. And this is perpetuated by a third prong, and third prong is AI, right? So we gotta nip this in the bud, so to speak. Well, I don't plan on selling things, and I also don't consider myself as a identified artist of any medium whatsoever. So if there's any adequate word that would classify me, which is what the internet does a lot. I just had a discussion about classifications during my language learning studies. I would be a fake artist, right? It'd be fake anyways. As in, like, there's so many things about fake and it comes to digital artwork that we have to answer. Real, effort. Takes effort. Doesn't take effort. This has come up a few times. Not as much because I don't do art very often. right? And then AI, right? AI is a different dimension of fake, right? We'll just add AI down here, right? And then accessibility is also linked. Actually, we're gonna add that as a separate category. You know what? Yeah, we're gonna add this as a separate category. But one thing that's unique about this is maybe you could say harder to imitate. And then we just put in AI. This is one of the longest, so like copy pasting, that etc., tracing and all that. Right. And I'm gonna be honest here. I'm in the middle on this. Because I'm gonna be doing both. My philosophy is transformation. I do not consider myself as an originator, but I also mean that I'm not an originator, but I'm also an iterator. And hope to be an inspirator. So most of the time it is a combination of observing real, harder to imitate things versus fake, like AI things, in order to create a transformation. It is the summation of the two that creates my, at least what I think is artwork. Like some of my pieces is through the observation of fine crafts and arts that I attempt to imitate, quote unquote, fake the artwork of this. It's the combination of two. Understanding how software can create a transformation to reflect it. So I'm not an originator. I'm more of an iterator. And inspirator. That's spelled when, like, I'm largely here to inspire, right? That's where I am. It's probably gonna stay this way. And then we have perceive effort, right? This is another one. Hard, easy. And you can still throw in AI for hard and easy, right? And hard and easy is self-explanatory. You have the prevailing thought of physical, right? Physical materials are, let's just say, temperamental. Emergent is the word I would use, is emergent. Right? But creativity is also emergent from those emergent properties. And easy, you have things like editing, post processing, right? But with these tools, some may argue that if you have these tools, then you have a different level of way, right, of elevating yourself. So again, I'm still in the middle. Generally, when it comes to hard and easy on certain things, is you choose, is the phrase I would use for this. You choose when it comes to creative process how hard and easy you want to make it. And oftentimes it combines both of these things. Like, this doesn't stop me from going out and pouring water on the ground to see how water interacts and the pattern it makes, and then generating it taking a picture of it, then editing it and generating it on a digital medium, right? You choose how hard and easy things are. And actually this goes and extends beyond most skills that I have. Like a lot of people talk about how Japanese and Chinese is very hard for English speakers. You choose how hard and easy it is. And what I mean by that is in my opinion, the more important question I ask myself is it how hard do I want to make it? How easy do I want to make it in order for me to learn and grow from it? Not, is it too hard? Is it objectively hard, so I might as well not start it because I'm going to quit? That's a different story. That's looking at potential. Like the ideal hardness and the ideal easiness, the objectivity of things, and which is why it leads to this type of dichotomy where like, oh, editing and post-processing makes digital art easier because you can do that. It's like, yes, now you can do that. So how do you make that hard? How do you push that to the limit? If you don't push that to the limit, of course it's going to be easy. Just like if you're water painting and you're just gonna coat everything in one water paint, it can be considered easy. You don't have to understand the nuances and emergent properties of physical medium if you don't want to, right? So you choose, right? That's how I would summarize that. There's still one more thing that I have to say about this, and to balance out the things. And we're talking about accessible versus largely inaccessible. So this deals with kind of the perception of hard and easy as well. So accessibility to me means that this is very flexible. Wow, this is inflexible. So much like the perception of hard and easy, where, oh, you have a material, and that material will behave a certain way, and predictably so, or maybe unpredictably, but with the proper information, you know that, and it's inflexible, right? You have to understand the nuances and stuff. Meanwhile, digital have accessibility, where it's like, okay, well, if you're going to do it this way, that's fine. If you're going to do it this way, that's fine. Ultimately, you can always change it up, right? And that can lead to this idea of easiness. And for myself, I'm going to be a cop-out again. It still comes down to, and this, my key phrase is, it comes down to creativity. So something that's flexible and inflexible is countered by creativity. I feel like this is the spirit of art. Because something that's inflexible can be an asset. It could be the defining feature of your piece of work. Something that's flexible, that could be the defining feature of your art. Or something that's really flexible seems like it's non-standardized, so it could be undesirable to your creativity, right? Oftentimes, I would say, in fact, it is hard for me to decide if I lean towards this way or lean towards this way. Because on the one hand, this side, if it's inflexible, I have a make it work mentality, which I spoke about earlier. And on this side, I do application. So in a way, I kind of lean towards this side, because application is making something flexible into an inflexible thing. So what I mean by application is, what is my task? What is my goal? What do I need to do? I take all the flexibility of digital art and try to create that application. That's actually making it work still, because now I'm producing inflexibility into the application of digital art. Like, for example, there's creativity is often the bane of Inktober a lot of times, and I'll talk about that in a bit. Where to lead into that eventually is the idea that when you're being told to do something, or when you're being prescribed to do something like a prompt, right, by someone else, and you think it's boring, for example, that's what application is. When you have an application and you don't like it, that, in my opinion, one of the alleviators of that application process is creativity. So you think the prompt is boring, use your creativity to make it interesting. That's what I mean by inflexible. So Inktober, in a way, is inflexible, conceptually inflexible. Like, it anchors the creativity process. There's a difference between I'm going to say there's a difference between creative potential versus creative problem solving. It's more like creative solving, but it's usually the application is the problem. So creative potential tends to be the thing that I feel, I would say, if not greater than 50% of my interactions deal with the dialogue with creative potential. And then creative problem solving is what I talk about, or what I'm referring to. This is my this is my fighting spirit. So to speak. I like creative problem solving. So, give me a prompt, I'll make it interesting. If something is boring, it's a challenge to make it interesting. How you do that? Creativity. So, but creative potential is, I would say, 90 to... See, I don't want to be that high. It's greater than 50%. The majority of my interactions with someone, I literally had a discussion about creative potential, right before this, this particular session, in a previous session, when someone said something like, oh, a specific type of person will have the potential to do this given the ideal situation if they do it correctly. I'm like, I'm not about that. I can sympathize with someone who says things like, well, I have this property of a personality, so therefore I find this boring, and then therefore I don't want to do these things, and therefore I could or could not do these things based on these properties. Like, for myself, creative problem solving. If you can't do it, try creatively. If you still fail, that's interesting. It's not about whether your creative potential of succeeding or failing, is the idea of doing it. And that leads to the very last comment that I typically use, that I feel most people do not empathize with me on the same wavelength. And that is that it's the journey, not the destination. And that even involves potential versus doing. Right? We're not talking about what ifs, buts, and coconuts. We're talking about what are you going to do now? And then find out. That's truly embodying journey, not destination. I think I've encountered way more on the other end. It's usually about the destination, not the journey. And journey, destination lines up with potential. You talk about what ifs. Like, oh, I don't have time to do Inktober because I'm not going to do all 30 of them. or 31. 31 of them. Like, well, do 2, do 3, do however many. You can start today. If you only get 10, that's great. Right before this, someone insinuated that when I say some people finish all the prompts, some people finish some of them, they're all true. They inferred and presumed that I was being negative for people who haven't finished all 31 or don't plan on doing it. That's not the point. The point is not planning. Potential is dealing with planning the destination. You can plan what you're going to do today, then tomorrow, but the idea that you're negative and positive about doing Inktober is based on the potential of it. So what's the highest potential in Inktober? It's a trick question. It's a very trick question. For myself personally, there isn't an upper limit. Just like there isn't a lower limit. Well, with a big asterisk, you're wondering, wait, isn't the lower limit to Inktober is doing nothing? No. The lower limit is going around criticizing other people and projecting your insecurities on them to make them stop doing Inktober. That's less than 0. That's projecting your insecurities to discourage other people and making them say that Inktober is boring and disinteresting. So when you're projecting your emotions, you're actually doing even less than that. You're spending your efforts to decrease someone else's enthusiasm for what they're doing. Now, it's not malicious. I'm not saying that the vast majority of people go around headhunting people. The idea is, I go back to this first thing. I'm not an originator, so I'm not someone who like, hey, look at my great art. I only do this art. This is the only art I'm proud of, and I do it so well that no one can imitate it, or they can attempt to imitate it. That is potential. You're thinking about your potential as an artist. I'm iterative. I'm an iterator. I take something because other people are doing it, and I see other people are doing it, and then they're doing these wild things and whatnot, and iterating on things that inspires more art. It inspires the human experience. Yes, I'm specifically saying human experience because, you know, we have to also consider AI. Like, if you're inspiring a human spirit, the idea is not looking at potential. What is the greatest bane for AI? Like AI against a artist, especially one that doesn't truly embody the journey, not the destination. It's one that's looking at potential. They're looking at if their art is good enough if and when they decide to make art. They are looking at the potential of if it could sell if and when they decide to find the ideal situation that they... And this is the type of artist that I spend more than 50% of time talking to. And they're not necessarily, in my opinion, by my definition, they're not artists yet. They're aspiring to be artists. But they continue to aspire to be artists based on how they understand their potential. But it's a paradox. It's difficult to measure your own potential and plan for the destination if you have no semblance of where you're going or having any experience on the journey. Your destination kind of changes as your journey moves along. So, more doing, less of that. And that's kind of also the whole AI thing, right? When someone says, oh yeah, you know, I can't discern the difference between an artwork made by an AI and artwork made, like, AI is getting so good. It's so indistinguishable about humans. There is one thing that is absolutely 100% nearly distinguishable between a human experience, a human produced art and AI art. And that's not the destination. It is the journey. So whenever someone asks like, oh, hey, did you AI generate these art? It's like, well, I can tell you how I did them. I can tell you the story of my choices with them, what I was thinking about at the time. In fact, I can show you the video of the human experience. And that is worth it. To me, obviously. Not to other people, but the idea is I believe in journey, not the destination. That's also the language learning journey, my video games, like all the things on this channel is about the journey, not the destination. Occasionally, video games give you a destination to go towards. That's neat. And what happens at the end? Well, if you look at most of my like videos, right? The last video has a candid conclusion. It looks like this. This form is very similar format to this. And the things I say is not going to be the same thing that someone else is going to say. Oh yeah, this game was good. I beat the boss. It's like, yeah, so did everyone who completed the game. The idea was, how did the boss feel? What were you thinking at the time? What were your takeaways from it? That is a human experience. That is something that will... You could argue, oh yeah, but AI could get so good that they could also make up and experience the stories and stuff. It's like, yeah, but can you literally see the AI experience the story yet? If you can, at least you know that the AI is something and not human. Like say, oh yeah, well what's the difference when if AI, like an AI robot, end up learning how to study art and do all that? It's like, well, then we have to talk about, do they cease to be distinguishable from humans? Because once you reach a singularity, that is the paradox of this argument. When AI cease to be human, like they become indistinguishable. So the argument means that well, they made AI human, and that's kind of defeat that they're no longer distinguishable, right? So now you get to choose who you pay attention to, right? Because now both the AI and humans undergo the journey, and it's still because of the journey, at least in my opinion. Artwork, the creative process, is a journey, not your potential. So if you think you're bored with some sort of prompt, find out how to not get bored. If you're still bored, at least you had a journey out of it. As opposed to constantly saying, well, or how you say, you know what's interesting about destination? The word destiny is in it. Right? But more so than destiny, oftentimes on the internet, fate is what they're emphasizing. Sometimes I like to think that even the destiny, the destination, can change with your journey. But for most people, they think it's fate. Or in other words, a self-fulfilling prophecy. How do you spell self-fulfilling? And I'm gonna be real here. I think the vast majority of my interactions when I'm doing Inktober is this self-fulfilling prophecies. Filled with, oh, I have this personality, so I can't stay focused, so therefore I never get anything done, and then that's why I only do one of them, so I don't usually start, and that's fine. Oh, I'm disinterested because I'm not creative. I only like to stick to one thing, and therefore it's not worth my time to try to do it. Oh, I'm working on this very specific thing, so it it prevents me from doing anything outside my comfort zone, because otherwise then I can't spend time focusing on the very singular thing that I kind of like but never demonstrates to me that they like it, because they could make Inktober about it regardless of how creativity, right? So that's kind of my personal anecdote. Let's add a little few more anecdotes here and there on some of these these facts, right? So I make it work, right? So the best way, right? The best application is pushing yourself to, in my opinion, pushing yourself to be creative. This goes both ways. If it's really restrictive, make it more flexible. So you can find an application to do that if you want. If you're finding it too accessible and you have no idea where to start, find something inflexible, right? And then when we come to rapport, you just do it when I can. Open generosity. Meets open generosity. That's when true magic happens. Right. And in terms of references, I can't really distinguish. So, hot take. It doesn't matter AI or not. Am I lesser of a person because I got fooled by AI without knowing it? I mean, other people might think so. But for me, it's relevant. It doesn't matter if it's AI or not, provided that the human experience, provided that I make it a human experience. I do not derive pleasure, much like the best application. I do not derive pleasure by not pushing myself to be creative. So it has to be a human experience. So whether it's AI that I'm looking at or not AI that I'm looking at for references and whatnot, or people I use or people I talk about, the idea is it leads to a human experience, right? A human journey. A 3-hour prompt, just a personal share. I spend time learning Japanese, so I'm in language learning right now. And I'm currently learning Japanese and Chinese, and hopefully continuing Spanish at some point. And that's related, and that's why there's a 3-hour prompt limit. I need to juggle those things as best as I can. So, why follow official Inktober Classic 2025? Being prescribed things presents opportunities for creative problem solving. Which is my application. What is the problem? Creativity. What is the problem? Interest, boredom, doing artwork. All of them requires a creative solution, and artwork is one of them, right? I'm sad. A creative solution would be to draw art, right? To produce art. That's what creative solving is. So, why the classic? Why not? That's the namesake. If it has a prompt, I can bend the prompt. We could make, I mean, you can take the prompt, and turn it on top of his head, right? Take all the figurative, all the things that are literal and make them figurative, and take all the figurative things and make them literal. We're in language learning, so English is, let's just say, flexible enough. English is accessible enough in order to not stymie and completely shut down the creative problem solving. Now, here's my creative solving. I can't speak for other people because generally we talked about this over and over again. The creative process is dependent on the individual's ability to either think about their creative potential or their creative problem solving skills. And usually it's the former, not the latter. So when someone says they're bored and they're not interested in the prompts, that's a creative problem solving area, not a creative potential. The creative potential is, you understand the creative potential of your own skills. So when you say it's boring, you understand your creative potential. Go for it. You can ignore this, you can ignore me, right? Because I'm not here to say, oh yeah, I love these prompts, it's my wheelhouse, I'm gonna put out great art. The art is awesome and it's gonna be like the best stuff that I don't know what best stuff looks like. You know what the best stuff that I've ever made? All of it. Because it's part of the journey. The best stuff is my most recent stuff, in my opinion, because largely I have the largest amount of human experiences. So the art itself, the destination, has lots of imperfections, right? It doesn't look great, like there are idiosyncrasies. Why does that hand look like a mutated thing? Oh, he must have used AI. I can't draw hands yet, or I'm working on drawing hands, right? But then the hands are different and whatnot. It's like, but hear me out. What's priceless is my ability to tell you the feelings and the record the process, the journey of how I drew a mediocre hand, right? And I do that with a smile every day. I don't do art again, I don't do art outside of this. So 90%. Why 90% within Inktober? Life is interesting. Hang on. I need more room. Life is interesting to me. That's why I don't commit like the other, like the 90% to artwork, because life is so interesting to me. There are a lot of competing interests. You might have an argument, like some people, I get this comment a lot anecdotally, like what is this? They would say no offense, which by the way is not a great conversation. Not very conversational if you do this. In a sense that you're not gonna offend anyone, sort of. It gives away your card. It gives away like your playing card, right? There are other more interesting in personality ways to go about this, but oftentimes it's like no offense. I am surprised how decent your art is. I'm paraphrasing because usually it's a little bit more blunt than that. It's more like, no offense, but your art doesn't look like crap, right? Or it looks better than I think it should based on the amount of time, right? But I would like to say a hot take. Is because whenever Inktober rolls around, I am 200%. I'm passionate. I thought about it. I concentrate my efforts. So, no, yes, I'm not consistently spreading it out. I'm not laboring away. But in the beginning of times, um, the art is a medium of expression. So, it's not like I stop expressing myself. Right? I get that there are limitations. Like, one could argue, like, well, if you can't draw the thing you want to express, then you might not be able to capture it, or people might not think it's that good. And my hot take here is seldomly does genuine passion seldomly does genuine passion seldomly does genuine passion fails to impress, especially when you're able to express. And what I mean by that is there's something that connects humans together. You can show an MS Paint thing, like some pixel art like that is really jank. But the passion behind it, the passionate use of it, the passionate reflection of it, the mere exposure of it. Like, think about the artwork that is incredibly influential, personable, and almost inconceivably goated to the layman. How do you quantify that? How do you say, oh, you look at this art and it's like, oh, that's not good art. Oh, that's good art. By what metric? To me, right? My personal metric, and it's a nebulous one because we're talking about art here, is how much passion is behind it. A collective passion. I'm not talking about just from the artist itself, not just the originator, the iterator, the inspirer, the progenitor of the artwork illustrates its impressions, its monumental impressions. So yes, I could draw a really terrifyingly disagreeable artwork and go about it in an incredibly disagreeable way. But my passion allows me to smile, enjoy it, get lost in it. There was like a comment that people tend to talk or throw around when it comes to creative potential, and that's the flow state, right? That where it was literally used moments ago. Flow state doesn't require a particular personality, or it's removed or negated by a particular coping mechanism or thinking. Flow state, I would say, is far more correlated with the person's particular prep and intent behind their passion in the form of expression. Once you can equate to that, most of the time I enter a flow state. Right now, I'm in a flow state of yapping because I do this. I prep for this. I brainstorm about this all the time. So all these ideas, this was yesterday, right? This was yesterday for me. There are one last thing that I want to go over, and that I want to represent the journey about, and we'll put it in purple. We'll put in like this color. This color looks good. And that's what I'm doing in 2025. So what am I doing in 2025? So Inktober 2025, we got to get creative. So right now, I talked about we're doing language learning, right? Japanese, Chinese, Spanish. In 2024, in 2024, the theme was to incorporate a Japanese thing and a Chinese thing, and then write a kanji or a hanzi that inspires the location. So, like for example, I drew Osaka-jo, and the Great Wall of China, right? And then the prompt was, I don't know, a trek or something. I forgot what it was, and I drew it in a way that it dealt with traveling to these locations. That was the whole theme. This year we're gonna integrate even more, and that's because I've been using an SRS. It's kind of like a SRS flashcard system, kind of like flashcards, and I've been using WaniKani and a one HanziHero for Chinese, so Japanese and Chinese. And my theme for this year, the meta theme, so when you need to make things more creative, we have a meta, right? And the meta is that we're gonna make cards. So the uniting theme is that we're thinking about ideas of cards. Now, one thing about digital art that I really enjoy is the renaissance in artwork, and I need to incorporate my gaming aspect. So I play video games as well, and a lot of indie titles not only use retro graphics like pixel art and stuff. I like the idea of they're using 2.5D, right? 2.5D. So we're gonna make cards with the idea of 2.5D, right? And now, obviously, there's the talk of AI-inspired things and whatnot. And now, in the background, I'm also looking and checking references using some AI, like AI tools, to see what like AI can do, right? So in the background, I'm also doing that for this. And then we need to incorporate language. So language, each of these prompts will feature either a radical or a kanji slash hanzi. You're gonna find that, well, a lot of these are overlapping because the meaning behind the kanji is also the meaning behind the hanzi. That's what connects Chinese and Japanese together in a written form, which is, we're doing digital art, so gonna be somewhat of a written form. And over the years, I think we're gonna bring back the theme of using our mascot. So our theme is gonna feature the red panda, right? So this is something, a part of me. So whenever it comes to OCs, it's gonna be a red panda that really isn't that distinguishable from other ones. Again, iterator, not a originator, right? So we have these things intact, right? And oftentimes I would have to say that one of my biggest inspirations, or like things I'm most exposed to, is anime. Not necessarily manga. So anime or donghua, we typically tackle like minimalistic stuff. Manga is a whole different story because manga has lots of like line art and whatnot. I can't meet that all the time because of the time. So we're gonna channel some anime inspirations. It will be very indicative, like simplified lines, silhouettes. And over the years, I think I've cultivated well enough for that. Now, I haven't done this before. Back in the last couple years, I've been experimenting with like different brushes and different coloring techniques, and you can kind of see like there are different things in the background that now I think we're gonna stick to something. I think this year we're gonna stick to like charcoal, sort of. This is temporary. Like I'm not sure. This is like a tentative thing. So I like a little bit more rustic. I think we're going with the rustic type, the sketch rustic type. I'm not sure if we're gonna have time to clean up. So these are probably going to be like very at the sketch level. And that's what I have right now. So that's where we're going with. This is our base format. It will all of the prompts will incorporate some elements of this. It's gonna be less about lighting. I've been like, there are so many times I tend to do like dark lighting and then contrast with night lighting, but that's besides the point, right? And we'll see how this goes. But this is the current plan. Oh, how long was that? About an hour, a little over an hour. Not too bad. Right. So, that's my attempt to catch everyone up. I guess I didn't really talk about the art part of the situation. Where, let's go and do rapid fire on some of the stuff that I feel like I'm a dabbler in. We've done like ink paintings over the years, right? Ink painting, water painting, whatever, water-ish painting, oil, some pencil only, black and white stuff. I know these aren't like great descriptors, but these are experiments that I've done. Lots of background, landscape, I guess. Landscape. Occasionally dabbled in, what is that, street art? I tried to mirror some street art, like spray paints and whatnot. Some humor. I tried to do like, what do you call them? Like strips, like comic strips. There's quite a lot going around. Plenty of things to work with. We got enough tools to work with, but tons of lighting. So lighting, as one of the times, like I was just completely infatuated with dark and glowy things, right? One thing you can see that's not on this list is like human anatomy. I obviously, someone could say like, well, you haven't practiced anatomy, and then you didn't do like character, what you call it? I forgot what those things are, like character pages or OC pages. Like, yeah, because application. Like I'm not, that didn't meet my application for Inktober. In fact, it would be kind of cool to do like a character sheet for the mascot and then adapt all of that. Maybe that's in the future. Who knows? Actually, the most closest thing I want to do in the future is there was one year where I tried to attach a story to everything. Storytelling, or it's more like storyboarding. Right. So plenty of things to work with. Lots of experiments. That is one thing I want to end with. So one of the things that I tried to discuss earlier was that what Inktober means to me, right? Like, this doesn't, I don't know what the official person or what their intent was. What does Inktober mean to me? Inktober means to get out of your comfort zone. And where does the reward come from? The reward comes from creative problem solving. That's what it means to me. So I'm not doing the next 31 days, right? Including today, the next 31 days. It's not about an exercise of creative potential. It's an exercise of creative problem solving. That is why I get on every day to learn Japanese and learn Chinese. It's practicing creative problem solving. I don't care, without saying it in a really negative way, my top priority, not that I don't care, that was a little slight spoke, I almost slipped. It's more like my top priority is not how far I'll get, how fast I'll get there. What is the quickest way to do it? Am I doing it wrong? The point is, you do it and you find out where to go next. You find out how to get better from a starting point. So, Inktober, that prompt is a starting point. Where am I going to take you? Or where am I going to take myself, I guess, because this is more of a self thing. You'll find out. Or at least that's what I'm going to try to record. Right? So that's what Inktober is. You get out of your comfort zone, because the paradox here, the irony here, at least for myself, from my perspective, is getting out of your comfort zone is not really getting out of your comfort zone if your comfort zone deals with creative problem solving. So one may argue sometimes you're outside of your comfort zone and you're used to tackling new things that you have to do, right? Even the boring stuff is an exercise in how well can you manage things when you don't have a choice. In fact, I feel like I don't really distinguish between the two very often. If I have to do a job, how do I do it better? I try to get creative, right? If it's inflexible, then I have to be creative in getting out of the inflexibility. That does also involve getting a new job or starting over. That involves leaving your comfort zone and creatively problem solving again. So that is why Inktober is cool, because I only draw 1 month in the year, and most of the time it's an exercise in creative problem solving. I'm discovering things over again, maybe reliving, rekindling, picking up the bike, getting on the bike again here and there, but it's rarely about that incredibly fatalistic negativity that's often projected when I talk about artwork. Things like, oh, I can't draw good enough, I can't do this because of A, B, and C. I don't do this because I find it boring. And then and then I hear like 3 or 4 more reasonings of excuses of why it's boring, as though you need to convince me or even convince yourself that it's boring enough so that whenever I'm doing it, you do the negative thing. And that's one of the things that I often talk about. If people around you aren't interested in art, what are you doing to make them interested in art? It's clearly not going around saying you don't care about Inktober. Like, what I mean is, if I'm doing Inktober, right, obviously you're not going to deter me, which is great. However, if you're around people and I ask you, oh, you do art, do any of your friends around you do art? Like, what do you see in your friends? And if you say that you do art and you enjoy art, and maybe you go as far as saying you celebrate art and you like to communicate that, telling another person like myself, saying you don't have friends around you that enjoy art, that's a reflection of you as well. So I don't necessarily have to do art all the time to be encouraging and want other people to do art. So I do this in order to gain experience, and that experience then I can share, right? Here all the anecdotes that I have acquired during this adventure, right? During this journey. So here we go. Started another month. It's still October 1st, so local time. I have an hour and 15 minutes before it becomes October 2nd. I'm only doing one prompt today. The schedule, I forgot to talk about the schedule. The schedule is that I need to make up 7 prompts, roughly 7 prompts. And largely because on those 7 days, I will be covering something else. And it will be way too risky to try to jam them all in and burn myself out, right? So we're gonna try to be a little tactful and discreet about managing this. Last year, I placed everything on pause and then focused on this. This year, we're gonna try to be see if we learned to manage and micromanage a little bit more than that. So here you go. Before I start though, since I've finished this part of the session, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, get some water, and I'll be back to do the first prompt of Inktober, which is let me okay, all right, I'll be right back. Okie dokie. Get our canvas. Alrighty. All right. So, we're doing a card theme. So, I think this is a pretty good dimension for cards. Okie dokie. You know, nah, I think we're just gonna stick to the pens. I was thinking of doing different pens, but okay. All right. That's good enough. Okay. Alrighty. I haven't done this in a while. I'm a little bit nervous. Let's see. So it's roughly the shape. Roughly. Um okay. I guess we're gonna do like it's like sitting on a table. Chair. It's a little big. Hmm. I think that could be bigger. That's fine. Probably simpler if I just take. So we have the base rod. The prop is Mustache, by the way. Hold on, let's write the prompt. Mustache, or if you want to spell it with an A because you're British, Mustache. Okay. Which is pretty much the one thing, the last thing that I'm gonna be placing here. Do I want a background? I think I want a background. Should have done the background first, I guess. Where'd my cursor go? Oh. So I put a bookshelf. In the back. It's going to be covered by the hat. wall. That's a weird angle. Hold up. Alright. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Alrighty. Oh. I keep telling myself I would eventually learn how to use clipping mask and stuff, but that didn't happen. All right. Okay. Just combine these. Mm, Hmm. Ugh. Just make this look a little bit more interesting, right? Mm. Oh, that's lopsided. Hold up. Uh, okay. All right. Honestly, we're probably just gonna finagle the background, right? Yeah, yeah, we're gonna finagle the background. So, all right. I think this is good enough starting place. Yes. Good enough. How much time do I? Why can I not? Uh, I actually don't remember how long it's been, but I think this is good enough. Yes. Now the question is, how do I do lights? It would have to be, oh yeah, so everything has to be within the... Yeah, so I can't do any glowing thing in this format. That's interesting. So I have no way of portraying, it has to be on the object. Intriguing. All right. Okay. And then I wanted to do... I'm gonna use something like... stick with like a neutral color for now. Not quite. Okay. I wonder how well this works. Works kinda okay. Dark Eyes of Doom. Oh, there's Jane. Hello. Not the greatest. Definitely not the greatest. We're gonna have to add a lot of line art. He's not pointing quite in the right direction. Hold. Wait. What happened to... Is this not it? Oh, here it is. Alright, and then now we gotta just book it. Book it on all the other things. Alright, so... And then I'll do cleanup. Wait. What is that line? Oh. Okay. Hmm. 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 Or just winging it at this point. Just wing everything. Okay. I'll have to redraw these lines. Okay. Wait. What the? Oh, that's because of the. I don't think the like the medium that I'm using is very. It's not quite the thing I'm looking for. Yeah, I don't think that's quite what I'm looking for. Uh, okay. We gotta do. Okay. Um. Okay. Hmm. Now the question is, can I transform this in any way? I don't know. We'll find out. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. Now, I don't need this to be... Okay. All right. Hmm. I think I overreached. My head is not the right shape. It's fine. I guess we're just gonna have to go with it. I'll fix it later. Maybe. Wrong way. Hmm. Don't know how to make lamps. I can't rescue this. uh There's gonna be a lot of finagling near the end. Oh boy. Okay, so what we gotta do is we get definition. And then Okay, so I need to create boundaries. We need boundaries now. I went about this in such a backwards way. This is gonna increase my workload if I keep doing this way. Dang, midnight. Man, that book is not in the right direction. Hold. Okay, so hmm. Oh no. Just trying something out. Trying to figure this out. Is that gonna work? I'm in I'm in so much trouble right now. Alright, well. Alright. Let's work on some. Okay. Just work on some stuff here. Oh, wait. Uh, nah, this isn't. Should have went with Is there a way I could just change this up right now? I can try changing it up right now. Okay. Oh goodness. Okay. Try again. Let's do normal stuff. I don't think this is working. So let's do this way instead. And it doesn't provide the texture that I kind of want. So let's use this as a it just doesn't work. No, not what I'm looking for. We tried. Oh no. Oh no, that's fine. Underestimated how rusty it is. Oh, we're just gonna go through. Yeah, we're gonna follow through. I really did not think it was gonna be so like choppy, so to speak. We'll just frame it and see what we can do about it. I don't actually know how to do. Can I round the circle? I wonder. I'm not drawing the square. So let's see. Thinking. Oh god. Uh. Is there a way to round this corner? Can I? That's fine. We'll figure it out the next day. For what? Send help. I guess we're gonna have to learn on the fly. Hmm. We just do the top right? At this point, it's a lot easier. Just do that. Let me see. Hmm. Okay, I'll figure it out. Damage control. Let's just do stuff. How much time do we have? Oh no. But it's just gonna now it's time for experimenting because there's no hope. All hope is lost. Okay. Actually, probably could do it this way. I can make it big and okay, hold up. The damage control. It's okay. Just gotta it's just gotta finish. I just gotta finish, and then we'll deal with it. Right? Finish and then get to a stopping point. I should have worked on my workflow is non-existent. Turns out it's non-existent because of how the okay. So this should do what I think it should, right? I didn't even think about this part either. Maybe not. Hmm. Maybe thicker. I need more thickness. Okay. Actually, probably a different color. It's okay. I'll probably be able to make this. Send help. Okay. What? Sorry. Actually, how do I do this? Oh, I just realized. Okay. All right. It's fine. It's fine. We're gonna get. We're gonna survive. I hope. Hopefully this improves the. I'll have to think about how to do tomorrow's. Gotta improve over time. Um, uh, uh, nah, that's not a great color. Uh, this is what I get for experimenting. I thought I knew what I was doing, but I didn't. It's all part of the process. Okay. So okay. Gotta work on my. Definitely gotta work on figuring out what I'm gonna do as a color like a coloring technique for this guy. No, yeah, it's fine. Sure. What? Oh, that's not it. Night, night, please. What the? Oh. Well, darn. Send help. Hmm. The heck? What? How does that work? Hmm. Intriguing. I have no idea how that works. What? This is where I slowly lose my sanity. What in the world? Where is this? I have no idea what layer this is on. What the heck? Okay. I have no idea anymore. Oh. Should have done this in the mirror already. Okay. Just say it's okay. It's okay. I know. I know what to do, but it's gonna spend the rest of our time trying. We're gonna try the rest of our time just experimenting at this point. Why are you a different thickness? That's fine. Good enough. Okay. Should have. Using a fill would have been great too. That's okay. Fine. It's fine. So the major problem I'm encountering for this one is that I didn't think the brush that was doing the coloring was gonna mix the color, like it didn't mix the colors basically. I needed to be like really exact. Ended up being a problem. Yeah, like this stuff, that just doesn't work. So I guess the goal now is to try to kind of rescue it. There I do. Oops. I'm basically just gonna go through and do this to everything. And call it a day. I don't know. I don't know how well it'll look. If I apply this to the, we'll see. Let's see. So can I just cover all of this up? Let's see. All right, I'm gonna make an attempt. It's not quite it. Questions. How can I get this? What happens if it's too much? Okay. We'll try that. Wait, what happens if I... Okay, maybe. Um... Nope. It, yeah, it just doesn't, yeah, it doesn't come together. Like, it's constantly, like, it's constantly, I'm like constantly fighting against it. Oh, there you go. Yeah, right now we're really fighting against... Yeah, we're really fighting against what I chose to use as the coloring. Is there any way I can try to... How are you doing, Dell? We're just basically messing around at this point. Because... I can't... I was really hoping I could blend. I could blend and color at the same time, but I can't, apparently. Not with this. Yeah, like, what the heck is that? Oh, man. Send help. It's fine. I want to say it's fine, but hang on. We'll see. Okay, so what I've learned is I need to color block it at least first in order to... Just gonna use our intuition here. Does it ever be this dark? Yes. Have you seen the underside of a red panda? It's actually supposed to be black, actually. I don't know if you've ever seen the underside of a red panda. But I think we're gonna add a little... Yeah, the underside of a red panda is supposed to be... There's on the back is orange, but the complete bottom is black. But I'm supposed to I'm like trying to rescue this. I'm basically trying to rescue this. What's happening is I kind of screwed up really badly on how I'm trying to produce the colors. So what I'm trying to do now is you try to put everything back to dark, and then you slowly lighten them up to get dimension. So I'm basically trying to unscrew what I decide to do. Which is not helping. It really isn't helping. So the only other alternative is that I go in and we're just gonna work on each piece at the I don't have a lot of time, so and then we take for reflections, not really, just ambient stuff. So just ambient thing. Mustache, I mustache you a question. This is so cute. I wish I kind of really wanted to use a different coloring method, but it's too late now. So we're gonna try to or it's not really for reflections, but more for like general trying to get like some dimension in it. There really isn't a dimension. We're basically trying to use this one thing that didn't work very well. I'm just gonna make it work. Hopefully, I think. It's just a feeling. Yes, we're only using we're basically using feeling now. I've done this before where I've screwed up like a lot. So the only way to recover is to cheapen out and use just do as many versions of directional lighting as you can. Basically. That's what I'm going to do. It doesn't matter where the light comes from. You know? Doesn't matter where the light comes from. It's just we're just applying and making the Now we're just applying like somewhat gradients. Okay. Learned it. Even I do zero drawing. Yeah. So all you have to do, like, basically, in order to rescue anything, just apply directional. This is me in damage control. I just basically take everything down a little. The problem I'm having is I thought I was gonna get like some sharp mixing, so I didn't have to like blend, right? Like I don't have to do blending, but turns out I had to, and I can't. I can't right now. So we're just gonna it's kind of like do it ourselves. Wait, why is that? What? What? Where's? Oh. Okay. The nice thing about artwork, I would say, especially when you're doing digital art, I'm not sure about practical art because I don't do any practical art at the moment. The more you work on it, if you have a decent amount of like eye sense, right? Like if you've been looking at art for some time, basically like anime and all that stuff, if you're looking at it long enough, the more you work at it, it tends to work out. Like the noise, when you're working on details and stuff, it kind of obscures all the messiness. And then what this is like amateur hour situation. So you work on the thing, right? You just keep adding details over and over again until you feel that it's right. And then what you do is you clean it up. You just make sure you clean it up, round the edges, find sharp boundaries. And then what happens is all the mess that was part of the sketch, right? The sketch. At least this is in digital art. It'll provide the form. So the line art that I did will provide the form to make it look like it's sharp, right? It'll come into focus. My background was horrendous, so I don't even want to talk about that. And then we gotta give these guys some TLC. So the moment you erase all the noise, the thing just comes back in sharp focus. The problem here I'm having is like this is terrifying. Like I really thought this was gonna blend together a little bit better than this. It's the first time. This is the first time I'm trying to use this thing that people kind of enjoy using, and yikes. All right, so let's just quickly try to do this. I'm gonna stick to this tool. I'm gonna stick it out. Let's see. It's kind of like chalk. It's supposed to be like chalk. But it doesn't blend like chalk. Alright. Alright, so... Huh. See, what we're gonna do is... It doesn't matter where the lighting is, right? We're just gonna add some occlusion along the edges, like this, like so. Then we're just gonna slowly wrap into it, right? Slowly wrap into it. And then we're gonna darken it some more. Right, so I'm picturing the light being reflected to the left, right? Doesn't matter if it makes sense. So what this at least does is it makes the lamp look more interesting. So the first thing we got to do is we got to make this stuff look less flat, right? And that is the goal. This is what I call, like, I basically like, this is how I cheat when I have no idea what to do anymore. See, now it looks a bit more interesting, as long as there's a rhyme. As long as there's like a method to the madness. So dumb. Why? Uh, oh, kind of made it more gold than I thought. Ugh. I lost track of colors. Help and help. Okay. Okay. Alright. I wish I could help your face. Okay. Let's keep going. Let's keep going at this. Hmm. It's pitch black. Hold up. Nah, it's fine. Uh, what are the chances that I can rescue this? I don't know. Send help. need some cosmic energy right now. Need some spirit power. It's got some spirit energy. I need to blend all this color. Oh no. Uh. Uh. Ugh. Okay. All right. Ugh. Oh no, it's 1:30 a.m. Alright. Just add like a few. Let's add some lines. It's been an alright experiment. I think I've learned quite a bit. Book and desk. Yikes. This seems like this would be a quick work right here. We're doing minimum work, maximum payout, right? Okay, let's add some ugh. I have two different colors. Oh, leave me. It's fine. I need to. I don't know what color this is. That seems okay. This will be probably fine too. Heck. Okay. Blah blah blah. Just gotta add dimension. Just gotta add dimension to everything, you know? No, that's the way it works. Not that it, just don't think about it. A lot of this stuff doesn't make any sense. I'm just we're basically just filling stuff out now. So uh oh rough. Okay. Let's boy. And maybe we can do. Oh, wait. Hold up. Hold up. Okay. What layer is that? Just gonna fill in some gaps here. Okay. And then we're gonna have to fill in like oops. Oh my goodness, that's not how that works. Uh okay. uh okay, so now we do Okay. Then ugh. think the easiest way to do that, okay. How do we do this? So So, what is the quickest way I can hold? Where's that rake at? Do I have a rake? Hold? No. That's not it. Does that work? No. What am I looking for? That's no. Where are you? I need help. Hmm. I swear there was something here before. Oh, okay. Um, uh, mm, take care, Zao. Good luck, good luck. Sleep well. Good luck with everything. Thanks for stopping by. You know where I'll be. This is what we're gonna be doing for the next month. So probably improve as we go. Good luck with everything. Good luck with classes. Right. I spent way too much time on this. Yeah, at least I know we're not gonna do that. We're definitely not going to use... We're gonna just stick to our standard brush stuff. That chalk stuff does not work for me. Definitely does not. It takes too much time. I don't really know how it works. Maybe. Hold up. Oh, oh no. Oh no, 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 no. How about... How about we just add in some stuff? Do I do cross hatching? Nah, that's fine. This is where I try to rescue the fantastically poor line work. It's gotta feel. It's gotta feel it out, right? Try to at least not mimic the curves of the object, I suppose. Okay. Where's my cursor? Oh. Too much time. What are we on? Like 4 hours? That's too much time. Gotta be simpler than this. I covered up so much. Hold up. Um, where's this thing at? Okay. Yeah, it's good enough. Boy. Yeah, it's good enough. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. Fine. Just gonna be done with it. Maybe Man, I need to figure out how to round corners. I got a better idea. Hold up. Alright, we're definitely not doing this again. We gotta find a better solution. Than this. Or I need a better workflow. Okay, at least I can see this. Now, where the heck is this stuff? It's like a disaster zone. I don't even know where that is. I didn't even know there was things there. What the heck is that? Interesting. Don't worry. Tomorrow will be better. Hopefully. I'm enjoying myself. Excuse me? Oh. Oh. My right hand is like cooked. My right hand is absolutely cooked. Oh my gosh. I just want to clean this up. I could spend all day cleaning up though. Since it was a very, very messy. It was so messy. Next one. Next one will be cleaner. I have a good idea of what's going on. All right. Place our. It can always be cleaned up, right? That's the thing about Inktober. So, okay. What was this? Mustache. How you spell mustache again? M-U... That's not how you spell mustache. How the heck? Oh, okay. Mustache? No, mustache. Try again. Ugh! What happened to my cursive? My cursive is gone. Okay. Alright. It's fine. Which is... I can't really say it was a very wise use of time. Once again, we decided to rely on... Yeah, definitely rely on the line art again. Maybe we just blend the heck out of everything. Boy. Alright. So first prompt. Now we gotta start a new folder. What is this? Day 1. Save a PNG here. Ugh. Yeah, I need to figure out, so what do I need to figure out? I need to find a particular texture. So I'm looking for a particular texture I can't seem to find. It's kind of like a blotchiness. Maybe it's the watercolors. Maybe we're supposed to be looking for watercolors. Don't know. But that's what I'm looking for. I'll try to do some research before tomorrow. Or later today. Alright folks, that's a wrap for day 1. It was damage control. Like, damage control the entire time. It's unfortunate. And then I ended up just relying exclusively on just hiding everything. So, alright. Anyways. Good day. Good times coming back, right? It reminds me of the ups and downs of doing artwork. Alright. I'll be back tomorrow. Maybe I'll push off some other stuff. Wait. Mustache has a C, right? Yes, it does have a C. Okay. We'll be back tomorrow. Maybe I can try to squeeze in 2 prompts tomorrow. I have a clear idea on the second prompt. So we'll see. Yeah, not bad. The card design, like the card border and stuff, could get a little bit more elaborate. I was gonna try to do like different things to the card border, you know, something something interesting that deals with the theme, but it didn't come together. Like basically the vast majority of things didn't come together. So we'll try again. There's at least 30 more attempts on doing the subject. All right. Until then, all right. Feel free if you're gonna watch this later. Thank you. Feel free to follow along or participate. Right, participate in Inktober. I already set my bit. We'll be saving like an hour to an hour and a half on my bit with the opening opinions on Inktober 2025. Right, it's about the journey, the human experience. This was a roller coaster ride, but I think every piece tends to be a roller coaster ride for me. So here we go again. We're gonna do it another 30 times, at least another 30 times. 30 different sessions. The first one is usually the roughest because I have to like get back into the groove of things, but we'll nail it by the end. And then yeah, as always, you're always welcome to come on by, share in your own festivities, right? Exchange stories, talk about war stories and scarring moments, how you recovered from a poor coloring session, rendering session. Yeah. Until then, enjoy, right? Let's hopefully exchange some stories. We can yap during these sessions. It's always good to yap. And then keep each other motivated. Until then, stay safe, stay happy, take care of yourself, right? I'll catch you guys on the next one. Take care. Bye now.